Okay, well, this is on, so Melissa Sanders. There
Okay.
are quite a few additional.
Like how many? 75? 67?
67.
17 more. Welcome back. The time is 6:54, and the City Council is out of closed session, and we're going to start recognitions after I do roll call. Councilmember Vera,
Present.
Councilmember McMorrin,
Here.
Councilmember Fish,
Here.
Vice Mayor Puzo,
Here.
Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that both Vice Mayor Puzo and Councilmember Fish arrived to closed session at 5:22.
Okay, can I have my colleagues join me in the well?
Okay, tonight we are going to be recognizing our outgoing commissioners, committee members, and board members. And I'm going to go ahead and kick it off with Pallavi Muhammad, if you can come on up. And this is from the Culver City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. Good to see you. Okay. The City of Culver City Commendation. Culver City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission, Pallavi Muhammad. Whereas Pallavi Muhammad has been proud to call Culver City his home since 2014 and wanted to serve his community in a manner that would benefit the parks for all of Culver City's residents. And whereas he proudly served since 2017 as a highly committed member of the Culver City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, otherwise known as PRCS, Commission, and served as its chair from 2019 to 2020, and again from 2023 to 2024. And whereas Pallavi Muhammad spearheaded budget conversations with staff and wrote budget letters to City Council on behalf of the PRCS Commission because he wanted to highlight the needs of the community and to support funding improvements for all of the parks in Culver City. And whereas during his time as a PRCS Commissioner, Pallavi Muhammad was instrumental in supporting advanced planning initiatives and department studies, such as the 2019 Culver City Turf Report, the 2024 Feasibility Study for Veterans Memorial Park and Bill Botts Fields, the 2025 award-winning Culver City Parks Plan, and the 2025 PRCS Fees and Charges Update. And whereas he worked alongside the PRCS Department and the City Attorney's Office to review the language around parks and facilities within the Culver City Municipal Code and recommend changes that allowed the PRCS Department to adapt to modern concerns within the community. And whereas Pallavi Muhammad has been an advocate for more staff positions in the Parks Maintenance Division and has led research initiatives on rules and regulations for recreational programming and sports in order to address the community's interests. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby commends Pallavi Muhammad for his dedication, hard work, and contribution of his time and talents to the Culver City community and beyond. Dated this 11th day of August, 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members. Congratulations, Pallavi. Thank you. Want to say anything?
I'd like to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to serve our community. I tried to do the best I can through some very difficult times. I was a member during COVID, which was very challenging for the department, and I was very proud of all the hard work that they did, and it was great really working with them to improve our parks and make more availability for everybody in the community. So I hope some of the things that I did will last and help continue to improve our parks, and Yeah, hopefully I left a good legacy that they can build on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Polly.
Our next commendation, thank you. Our next commendation goes to Brenda Williams on the Cultural Affairs Commission. Is Brenda here? She might not be here. Hopefully she's watching. Whereas Brenda Williams, now retired after a long career working in Department of Design at UCLA, is a renowned art advisor and independent curator who specializes in emerging contemporary artists and was appointed to the Cultural Affairs Commission in 2017, including serving 2 years as chair. And whereas Brenda Williams served on the Cultural Affairs Commission's Standing Public Art Committee, where she advised on numerous important public art proposals related to the growth and management of the city's Art in Public Places program. And whereas Brenda Williams' work on the city's Artist Laureate Subcommittee helped to significantly expand the program and increase its visibility within the greater Los Angeles artist community and beyond. And whereas Brenda Williams is to be recognized for consistently supporting local artist organizations and galleries, including the Walter Maciel Gallery, and for her overall efforts in promoting diversity and equality in the arts. And whereas Brenda Williams has been recognized by her colleagues for working to ensure that art is not an accessory, but a reflection of who we are, ensuring Culver City not only supports the arts, but values them. And whereas Brenda Williams actively mentors community members through her class, the Arts Explorers Collective, which aims to introduce participants to artists and cultural venues across LA and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Brenda Williams for her dedicated service and encourages her to remain an active part of the city's creative and cultural life, dated this day of August 2025. Great.
Oh, sure. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to continue our recognitions with Andrew Rauman. Let's do it. There we go. All right. Commendation and Planning Commission commendation to Andrew Rauman. And whereas Andrew Rauman has shown his dedication to service as a planning commissioner, playing a central role in the city's planning process by advising City Council on planning and development issues, assuring the city is seeking to achieve the goals established by our general plan, and providing a conduit for residents and other community stakeholders to engage in planning issues, project proposals, and provide their views. And whereas Mr. Rauman has served 8 memorable years on the Planning Commission, that's huge, Al, from July 2017 to June 2025, presiding as the chair twice and as the vice chair twice, as well as multiple committee assignments. Mr. Rauman has provided invaluable insight from his expertise as a professional engineer dedicated to advancing integrated design and construction while embracing sustainable principles. He helped to facilitate dialogue with members of the public and colleagues on the commission to get the best from new development. And whereas Mr. Rauman's work on the commission included advancing updates of the housing element, the general plan, comprehensive zoning code, sign code, subdivision ordinance, and density bonus ordinance. I know that doesn't mean a lot to y'all, but that's a lot of work. Just want to add that. And new standards for single-family design, accessory dwelling units, mixed-use development, and ground floor retail in downtown, and objective design standards, as well as other code changes to ensure housing affordability, which we love. Additionally, Mr. Rauman contributed to major development projects including Ivy Station, Apple, One Culver, Platform, Culver Studios, Brick and Machine, Crossings Campus, Rethink Mixed Use, the One Day Cultural Center, and many other developments in Culver City over the last 8 years. Uh-oh, somebody might be unmuted. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Andrew Romlin for his valuable service to the commission and his many accomplishments. Oh, y'all, I'm speaking. We're not done with Mr. Romlin. And his many accomplishments while serving on the Planning Commission, dated this 11th day of August 2025, signed by the mayor, vice mayor, and all the council members. Thank you so much, Mr. Romlin. And if you want to give some remarks.
I just wanted to say thanks to, with all due respect for everybody here, we had the best staff in the Planning Commission. I appreciate that. And I've just been very proud to be able to serve my community. All of the things we're talking about here, welcoming in the opinion of the committee, of the community, promoting housing, looking at ways to build bridges amongst the different sides of the coin, because there's a lot of different opinions when it comes to building things and codes in the city. So really proud to be able to be part of that and help us all move forward.
It's working now. It's working now. You should not be. Which one are you close to?
All right, our next commendation is Dorothy Wheeler-Said. Whereas Dorothy has been a resident of Culver City since 2014, and whereas Dorothy is a bike lane enthusiast and advocate for bicycling as a healthy and environmentally friendly mode of transportation in, out, and around the city, and whereas Dorothy has admirably served the residents and business community of Culver City as a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee since 2023, serving as chair in 2024-25, and leading the West LA College Subcommittee, and whereas during her tenure on the committee, Dorothy advocated for improving mobility options across the city, decreasing the incident of pedestrian bicyclist injury, and improving the quality of life in Culver City. And whereas during her tenure, Dorothy provided Culver City staff with valuable input regarding city mobility initiatives and infrastructure projects, including the Robertson Boulevard Complete Street Project, the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hill projects, the La Bayona Safe Routes to School program, and development of the Complete Streets Design Guidelines. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Dorothy for her thoughtfulness and ongoing commitment and for the contribution of her dedicated service to the Culver City community. Dated this 11th day of August 2025, signed the mayor, myself, and all the council members.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love serving, and it's great to be a volunteer in Culver City, so thanks for the opportunity. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, of course. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, I'm going to do this last one for my friend Dane Twitchell. Okay. So this is the City of Culver City commendation from the Culver City Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee for Dane Twitchell. Whereas Dane Twitchell has been a resident and worked in Culver City since 1998, and for many years has generously volunteered in the Culver City community, sharing his time and experience with local organizations. And whereas Dane Twitchell is an advocate for pedestrian safety and active mobility as a healthy and environmentally friendly mode of transportation in, out, and around the city. And whereas Dane Twitchell admirably served the residents of Culver City as a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee since its formation in 2016. And whereas during his tenure on the committee, Dane Twitchell advocated for important mobility issues, particularly as related to safety, to decrease the incidence of pedestrian and bicyclist injury and improve the quality of life in Culver City. And whereas during his tenure, Dane Twitchell provided Culver City staff with valuable input regarding city mobility initiatives and infrastructure projects, including the Exposition to Downtown Connector Project, the Robertson Boulevard Complete Street Project, the Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills projects, the Rancho Higuera Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, the La Bayona Safe Routes to School Program, opening of the Jackson Gate to the Bayona Creek Bike Path, and most notably, creation of the city's first bicycle and pedestrian action plan, as well as the Complete Streets Design Guidelines and local road safety plan. That was a lot. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Dane Twitchell for his thoughtfulness and ongoing commitment and for the contribution of his dedicated service to the Culver City community. Dated this day of August 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all the council members.
I didn't prepare anything, but just I think that Culver City is just a very special place, and I'm just happy to give back a little bit.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, that's it. Can everyone please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we get started, I'd like to read the oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And there is nothing to report from closed session. Do we have any comments or reports from committees, commissions, or boards?
We do not, but the elections official would like to remind everyone that there is an all-mail ballot election that is happening right now, and Election Day is August 26th. I'm holding up a postcard that may have come to you in the mail that explains a little more about what Measure CL is. Please note, this is a standalone election that we are running ourselves. So if you have any concerns about anything having to do with your ballot, you can call us at the City Clerk's office, 310-253-5851, or you can also send an email to elections@culvercity.org. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can we begin with announcements from my colleagues? Councilman Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It's been a minute, so I do have a few, but I'll try to be quick with them. Thank you to the City Clerk for talking about Measure CL. If you haven't yet today is a great day to vote yes on Measure CL, a quarter-cent sales tax that's going to raise approximately $5.6 million annually for our growing city. And today is also the last day
Give me
to...
1 second. I think this,
Just not to advocate for the measure from the dais.
Can't campaign.
Can't campaign from the dais.
Yes or no, or just vote.
Yeah, you can just
Oh.
say get out and vote.
Get out and vote.
I did, I thought that was related to commenters, because we talk positively about the measure here a lot, but yeah, all good.
No problem. I just wanted
I will
to-
just
yes,
remind
thank
folks to vote, do their civic duty. You can
that
find out
today-
how all 5 of us feel about it. Otherwise, yes,
And that today,
today is the last
now
day to
is the last
register.
day to register.
Yes, thank you. Last day to register. Feel free to send that around to any young folks in your lives who have not yet registered to vote. Thank you, City Attorney, for making sure we're following the rules. I also just wanted to share that I just finished a book, Calling In by Loretta Ross. For anyone who's interested in advocacy, local organizing, who wants to strengthen communication skills with those who may not align with you on every issue, this book is really fabulous. It's by a Black feminist writer who shares her years of experience in conflict resolution and organizing. And it's all about how calling out might sometimes give us an adrenaline rush in the moment, but usually falls short in making real progress. And so her thesis is that by calling folks in, you can help move people forward together with colleagues, friends, neighbors, and even some unlikely allies. So I highly recommend the book. I also just want to share that I was grateful to attend our own national night out. I was there for the last half, and also the West Side Night Out for Safety and Liberation, which was organized by a lineup of mutual aid organizations like Palms Unhoused Mutual Aid and Mar Vista Voice, who are doing a lot of good work on the ground to help folks in need. And our event, just want to say thank you to our police department, our fire departments, our housing and human services department, mobile crisis team, and organizations like American Foundation for Suicide Prevention who showed up. The whole evening at both events, for me at least, really drove home that public safety requires a multi-layered approach and that our safety is all deeply intertwined with one another. I also just want to share that I was proud to join West Hollywood Mayor Chelsea Byers and Santa Monica Councilmember Jesse Zwick in jointly writing an op-ed for the Los Angeles Blade in support of Senate Bill 79, which Culver City has endorsed and would legalize significantly more housing near transit across our state. The op-ed was called "The West Side is Unaffordable, Allowing for More Housing Can Help." 3 young West Side elected officials call for urgent action to fix our housing shortage and make room for the next generation. The bill passed the Senate recently and will be voted on in the Assembly this month. And a few more things. The Village Well is starting an activism book club, which I'm pretty excited about. It's a monthly series that starts tomorrow, August 12th, from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Village Well. Their first book is Mutual Aid by Dean Spade. Ciclavia is coming this Sunday to Culver City. So, just get ready to enjoy a day of walking, biking, scooting, skating, and playing through the streets of our city from the Arts District all the way to Venice Beach. And that's 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And there's going to be 2 hubs, one in the Arts District, another in downtown, and a pit stop in Culver West. And also, Bike Culver City is looking for volunteers, so definitely sign up if you're looking to do something and get people engaged in mobility work at the event. And I just love Ciclavia. It gives us a rare opportunity to reimagine our communities as public spaces with clean air, safe streets, and no traffic. So I hope to see folks out there. Finally, I'm looking forward to seeing people at the Fiesta La Bayona in just 11 days at Betts Park. That's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. It is good to be back at the dais for this council meeting, and I hope everyone is cultivating as much joy as we can this summer. I have 4 quick things. August is National Black Business Month, so I encourage our community members to support our Black businesses in Culver City, like Honey Kettle and Malik Books, and there are others, as well as Black-owned businesses in LA County and beyond. I also want to amplify that August is National Wellness Month, a time dedicated to promoting self-care, stress management, and healthy habits. It encourages individuals to prioritize their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. This month focuses on building sustainable routines that support our overall health and happiness, which is really important because every time we look at our phones, there's more unprecedented times. I really miss precedented times. So another reminder to vote by 8/26 in our all-mail election. And today's last day to register, as our city clerk amplified. I look forward to seeing neighbors at Fiesta the weekend of the 22nd. And because this is our only August meeting, I'm wishing all of our Culver City kiddos, educators, and parents a very safe back to school and a productive school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
I'm good, Mayor. Just at the end of the meeting, I'd like to adjourn in memory of David Von Cannon. I think, those who know him truly miss his presence. Those who don't know him, I'm sure you've been touched by his generosity in some way or another throughout the city. He will be missed. So yeah, and this evening I'd like to adjourn in his memory.
Can we get nodding heads for that?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. In July, I did a ride-along with the Culver Palms YMCA, who was a recipient of funding from the city to provide support to community members impacted by the recent immigration enforcement. The Y provides food and personal care items to community members as part of their regional Feed LA initiative. They also provide an array of social services and legal referrals specifically geared towards recent immigrants. So thanks for all the work that they do. I also had the privilege to attend the Summer Sunset Concert Series last Thursday with the Yare More Latin Band. The steps in the plaza was filled with people dancing and having a blast. Thanks to Edgar Varela and all the staff who make these events possible. This Thursday's theme will be swing music, and there are only 3 more concerts left this year, so I recommend getting out there if you haven't been to one of the concerts yet. And last, I attended South LA Pride on Saturday because Pride is year-round, and it's important right now to stand in solidarity with our LGBTQ plus neighbors, specifically our Black and brown trans brothers and sisters and non-binary people. Shout out to the organizers and all the community members who attended. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And as far as community events, also we've got the third Wednesday event next Wednesday, a week from Wednesday, in downtown Culver City. It's a really fun event that I know that many of our community enjoys. And I would also like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of another important person, and that's Gloria Kaufman. She passed away last week at the age of 95. She funded the Gloria Kaufman Community Center. That's the building, the new community center building at the Venda Museum. She lived a long and illustrious life, giving to not just Culver City, but the dance school at USC, also at UCLA, funded a dance program, youth programs, dance programs. She's known as possibly the greatest giver to the dance community in the country, maybe even in the world. So without her, we would not have this community center. So I would also, if I can get my colleagues' agreement, also adjourn in her memory. Okay, thank you.
I see 5 nodding heads. And Mayor, I forgot the most important thing about the election. We will have a drop box at Fiesta La Bayona, so you have an option to just come on down and drop it in the drop box and say hi to me or one of the many election workers that we have working this time.
Thank you for that. And now we are on to joint public comment on items not on the agenda.
We have, I believe, 16 speakers.
Okay.
And prior to beginning, I will read the statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Thank you. Can we do 90 seconds for each?
90
please?
seconds.
Ready? So I'm going to read the names. Am I on? Yeah. I'm going to read the names. Most of the people here should be in the chambers with us. There are a few online. Ruby Brandenburg, Amelia Sabatini, Ryan Factora, Michael Young, Jeannie Wisnowski-Stalin, Travis Morgan, Michael Copy, Xiaoyi Quan, Melissa Sanders, Darren Ali Gadavi, Marcy Bond, Michael Ainsley, Patrick Godinez, Rebecca Rona, Carlos Valverde, Judy Sherman, and Ron Basilian. So we'll start with Ruby Brandenburg. Is Ruby here? And she'll be followed by Amelia Sabatini.
Good evening. My name is Ruby Brandenburg. I'm a rising senior at Culver City High School. This year, I will be the president of the club Vote 16 Culver City. Vote 16 is a national campaign to expand local voting ages to 16 years old for school board and municipal elections. We believe that voting helps young people feel more connected to their community, more involved, and feel a sense of purpose in their community. Youth enfranchisement promotes lifelong voting as the first experience at the ballot box is more comfortable in the home city. The University of Copenhagen published a study showing the most important factor affecting voter turnout in the social environment is when they vote for the first time. Voting in one's comfortable home city as opposed to college, where most 18-year-olds vote for the first time, will further encourage 16 and 17-year-olds to go to the polls. Many of you may be familiar with this campaign as we were on the ballot in 2022 as Measure VY through a city council majority. We gained 49.95% of the votes, losing by only 16 people voting no in the whole city. We gave it another shot in 2024, but in order to be placed on the ballot, we had to collect signatures, and although we gathered over 2,000, it wasn't quite enough. In 2026, we hope to be on the ballot again, and the new Vote 16 team and I are ready to take on the responsibility of the campaign. With that said, we would like to officially ask for you to agendize the discussion of putting Vote 16 on the ballot in 2026. Another member of Vote 16 is here tonight, and they'll make some more comments in regards to this. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Amelia Sabatini, followed by Ryan Factora.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Sabatini, and I'm a rising sophomore at Culver City High School. I'm also here to talk about Vote 16. I'm just going to take a deeper dive into the science of it and why we want 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds to have their voice. Many believe that teens may be immature or unable to make important decisions such as voting, but according to the Columbia University Justice Lab, at age 16, teens have fully developed cold cognition, which is their ability of non-emotional information processing and reasoning. This cognitive ability is key for long-term decisions, which is what we use in voting. Additionally, in 2009, developmental psychologists tested the cognitive and decision-making abilities of almost 1,000 youth. And to quote, they reported that scores increased between ages 11 and 16 and then leveled off, with no improvement after this age. These results give us greater confidence in the absence of age differences in cognitive capacity after age 16. Another argument includes politic maturity. This refers to the capacity of individuals to engage with and participate in the political process in a responsible and informed manner. And using a household survey in a city in Belgium, researching political congruence between adolescents and their parents, it concluded that political ideology and positional views are formed at an early stage of adolescence before the age of 15.
Mayor,
Our next speaker, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Mayor, if I may quickly just ask to see if we can get 3 nodding heads to put this on a future agenda. Thank you, Amelia and Ruby, for speaking. So yeah, I would ask to see if my colleagues would be amenable to putting this back on, putting this on an agenda for a consideration for the 2026 ballot.
Can I get, beyond nodding heads, a yes from every
Yes.
council member? McMorrin
Yes.
and Puzo and Fish. Thank you.
And thanks for coming.
Okay, our next speaker is Ryan Factora, followed by Michael Jung, or Jung.
Good evening, Mayor and Culver City City Council. My name is Ryan Factora, and I'm a prevention specialist at the Institute for Public Strategies. We are a Culver City-based public health agency that seeks to advance health equity by implementing community-centered substance use prevention strategies. I'm here today to speak in support of a discussion item that will be agendized at a future meeting concerning a potential memorandum of understanding between our agency and the City Council that would aim to combat the ongoing fentanyl overdose crisis. The opioid overdose crisis is one of our current most pressing public health crises, growing exponentially in the past few years due to the proliferation of fentanyl in the illicit drug supply. In West Los Angeles, the fentanyl crisis has had a particularly severe impact, exhibiting the second highest fentanyl overdose rates among all regions in Los Angeles. Moreover, overdoses are the second leading cause of premature death in West Los Angeles, and the brunt of the overdose crisis affects our most vulnerable communities. It affects our working class communities, it affects our communities of color, it affects our youth. Last year, we came before the City Council to advocate on behalf of the fentanyl crisis. After presenting to the City Council in October, we held a city-sponsored community forum in April where we brought in over 90 community members to educate them about the dangers of opioids, unite on our vision for the community, and act to co-create strategies that address the opioid overdoses in our West LA neighborhoods. From the input we received, we developed a community-informed action plan that focuses on prevention, harm reduction, and equitable access to life-saving tools. IPS has been working with Councilwoman Yasmin McMorrin, as well as her intern Wendy Barillas, to flesh out the details of this action plan, which will be further discussed by my colleague Michael. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Jung.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Michael Young. Like my colleague Ryan mentioned, I'm also in behalf of Institute for Public Strategies. I'm also here representing the West Side Impact Project, which is a coalition that works together to reduce substance-related harms in our local neighborhoods. So as Ryan mentioned, our fentanyl awareness policy action plan includes this memorandum of understanding. So this memorandum of understanding, it would outline key areas of collaboration with the city. And this would include, but not limited to, training staff on how to administer naloxone, partnering with the mobile crisis team, providing technical assistance on how the community can gain access to these harm reduction resources, and also launching prevention awareness programs throughout the city. So we would love to share more about in greater detail at a future council meeting with our agendized item. But while the framework of this is still in place, the urgency is now. Even though there has been a decline in overdose deaths in 2024, more than 2,400 lives have been taken away last year, and that is the equivalent of 6 people per day. The crisis is far from over, especially in communities like West LA and in Culver City, where access to harm reduction resources and prevention education materials remain limited. So there's more work to be done. Moving forward, we'd love to see this item move forward to building safety, a step to building access, and a step to building health for all. Thank you so much.
Your time has expired. Wow. Thank you.
Sorry. We mean it. Let me see if I can get that lower.
Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Salen. Is she here? Okay, and she'll be followed by Travis Morgan, who's online.
Hello, good evening. I'm Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, and I am proud to serve on the California Democratic Party's Executive Board, representing Assembly District 55. I was elected earlier this year by Democratic voters from across the district to serve as an Assembly District delegate. And this means, along with our entire slate of 14, some are here tonight, I help represent our community's voice in the state's party decisions on policies, endorsements, and leadership. The Executive Board guides the party's work between conventions, making sure we stay focused and organized. And as an Executive Board member, I'm also a member of Los Angeles Democratic Party Central Committee. But enough of that. I'm especially honored tonight to congratulate our own Culver City Mayor Dan O'Brien for being named the 2025 Democrat of the Year for Assembly District 55. He was nominated by an elected official outside of Culver City and received this honor through the votes of the LACDP members in Assembly District 55. This recognition is well deserved for his leadership, his decades-long dedication to service, and his commitment to our community. So each year, the party hosts the Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt Awards. This year is the 65th annual celebration. It'll be on Sunday, October 19, 2025 in Universal City. It is a night to honor Mayor Dan O'Brien and other Democrats of the Year from across the county for their leadership, service, and commitment to our shared values. And I want to say that Vilma Dawson is also going to accompany him. So if you'd like to
Your time
celebrate
has
with us...
expired. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dan.
Thank you.
Travis, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Tonight I'm representing the Livable Communities Initiative, LCI, to make an urgent request for nodding heads tonight to agendize a building code update prior to October 1st to enable the building of residential units on our city's corridors. This is an initiative that Albert Vera actually introduced to the council back in 2023, and we got nodding heads unanimously at that point. It came back to the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee this year with strong support from council members McMorrin and Fish. In brief, we're advocating for a building code update to what's called single staircase construction codes that are necessary to allow multifamily residential buildings to be built on Culver City's commercial and mixed-use lots on corridors. Because they are as narrow as 25 feet wide, we need this update to our code. The cities of Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, and Santa Monica are all working feverishly to hit this new October 1st deadline set by the state, and we would like to ask Culver City to align our standards with those being proposed in the city of Los Angeles, which are expected to pass shortly. And so California passed AB 835 that allows this change to happen, but then they passed another law that set a deadline of October 1st for any building code updates. So we're on a very shortened deadline with an urgent request here. Appreciate your nodding heads.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Go ahead. Can we get 3 nodding heads to agendize that and bring it forward?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So just to add on to what my colleague has asked for, since what Mr. Morgan said was it's an October 1st deadline, could we possibly look at, if my colleagues are open to it, an urgency ordinance to be added to that? Yes, City Attorney.
Yes, it just so happens that I received some more information from staff. Hold on, let me get my other glasses here. And it appears that we may not need an urgency ordinance after all because it's specifically exempted under state law from the September 30th deadline. But we're looking further into that, and so at this point, my recommendation would be to get, if you're seeking a 3 nodding heads item, to get it for a discussion item for the 8th.
Great, then I support Councilmember Vera's agendizement with no changes. Thank you. As long as it can be feasibly, added before the October 1st deadline. That's.
Yes, we're going to look at all the different options, and those will be presented at the meeting. Okay, thank you.
And thanks, Councilmember.
And is that consensus from all? Yes? Thank you. That's for the record.
Okay, our next speaker will be Michael Copy, followed by Xiao Yi Quan.
Hello, gentlemen. I didn't expect to be seeing y'all so soon, but while researching community engagement many months ago, I got a copy of that original enactment, which was in 2010. I tried to track down city council members who were on the council in 2010 to ask them about their thinking when community engagement was initiated. The first guy that I got a hold of, I mentioned that one problem I thought with community engagement, why it wasn't working, was that the city manager was, and I tried to be diplomatic in my language, was ineffectual. The answer I got from him shocked me, quite frankly. Me. I think City Manager Nachbar is just ineffectual. Him. By the way, the quote was not for attribution. I can quote, but I can't tell you who said it. I'm going to give you a list of all of them. You can figure it out for yourself. Me. I think City Manager Nachbar is just ineffectual. Him. Quote, "Oh my God, I voted against hiring that guy." Unquote. You could tell when we interviewed him he was spineless. He'd say anything, he'd change his answers mid-sentence, whatever, to get hired. I contributed the term jellyfish. I think he contributed smarmy. It turns out it was the same city council in April that set up community engagement in October that hired the current city manager. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but that's not what I'm interested in here. So at the time, the quote, the guy we had before him was great. The next council member I talked to, I asked him what he had voted. He said, "You make mistakes. Folks, get a Ralph Nader type, a Thurgood Marshall, a captain of the ship, not another used car salesman. Good luck to you. Sincerely." Oh, and I have copies of contact information for all the city council members in 2010. Who's the clerk? One for each of them.
Okay, our next speaker is Xiao Yi Quan, followed by Melissa Sanders, who's online.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Xiaoyi Chen, and together with my wife, we run a small family business called Purple Magpie Mandarin, where we provide high-quality childcare to local families. Since January 2024, we've been working with the city to expand our business here in Culver City. And in January of this year, we were thrilled to receive our conditional use permit after a 9+ month process. Since then, we've been navigating the building and safety review process for our tenant improvement work. We're now on our third round of submittals, and unfortunately, each round of review has taken longer than the city due dates listed in their portal. I'm not sure whether this is an unfortunate coincidence in terms of project workloads or a sign of more systemic challenges around staffing capacity. In any case, the repeated and continued delays have been very difficult for our business. For small businesses like ours, every day matters. Every missed deadline adds costs and creates uncertainty. It makes it nearly impossible to plan, hire, or commit to opening dates for the families on our wait list. Every day, every week, we receive emails and phone calls from existing families on our wait list and new families about when we're going to open, and we don't have a good answer for them. So I'm here tonight to ask for your help in getting our project over the finish line so we can begin construction to finally open our doors and serve local families. I encourage additional dialogue about how the City Council can support small business in the city. Thank you for your time and for the work you do.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Mr. Khan, I think I owe you a email, and I apologize if I haven't responded. I'll follow up tomorrow.
Okay, our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just want to remind the people up there that when you're looking at things, to please look at things holistically and what's best for the city. The budget is a nightmare, as many of you know. We do have in front of us 2 developments that will bring 131 affordable housing units. Neither of them are asking for any money from the city. And I think that would be more than adequate. And I don't know what the guy right before me who was speaking has in mind, but it sounds like it would also be of assistance in some way, to serve our affordable housing needs at the moment. I encourage the people on the dais to start thinking outside the box for revenue. I am very happy that finally something is going on with the Centinela Washington vacated lots for, I cannot even think of how many years they've been empty. The city needs to figure out how to gain revenue from an empty lot. We probably could have had a few dozen little mobile homes with, low-income people living in them for a while for these past 10 years or more. So please do that. Also, if you guys want to do some Narcan learning how to do all of that stuff, VFC will do it and can do it through a grant fund. So please stop spending money that you don't have.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darren Ali Gadvi, followed by Marcy Bond. Is Darren here? I'm not seeing him online either. So Marcy Bond.
Good evening, Council. I just want you guys to know that I am a commissioner of the PRCS committee, but I am not speaking on their behalf. Today, actually, I have some pictures that I sent to the council prior to this because I wanted to show you what the state of our streets are in. And we keep pushing all of these projects. Matter of fact, the Better Overland, they're going to be spending $1.4 million on that when the state of our streets looks like something practically from Mexico. A lot of these streets have not been paved for decades and decades. Just the other day, I rode down to the farmer's market in Mar Vista. For instance, this is Allenda. This is on Allenda between Farragut and Culver Boulevard. That's obviously not as bad as Mexico. But we have potholes here. If you keep scrolling to the next one, if you can. Anyway, on my way home from the farmer's market, I happened to look to the north, which is LA, and every single on Washington Avenue, or Washington, whichever one I was on my left was Los Angeles. Every single street between Centinela and Sawtelle had been paved, newly paved compared to ours. I looked to the right, which were all Culver City streets, and they looked like this, Clarkdale neighborhood, which looks like it hasn't been paved in years. By the way, that is not asphalt, that's concrete that wasn't poured properly. So, and
Your
that
time
says-
is up, I'm sorry.
Oops, oh, I didn't see it. And, you stopped it before it could yell at us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Ainsley. Is he here? Because I'm not seeing him online. Let me just double check. Okay, so moving on to Patrick Godinez, followed by Rebecca Rona.
Hello, everyone. I come and stand before you as a Culver City House neighbor, and for the sake of the public, I also sit on the Committee on Housing and Homelessness, as well as the outreach and engagement. I'd like to publicly comment. Some changes are coming down the pipe with Medicare and Medicaid eligibility. I'm not too sure how it's going to roll out or who's going to be, affected by it, but it seems to target two groups. One of them being the abled work, and then our brothers and sisters that are undocumented. First of all, we have 122 participants in our housing program, along with 105, on the streets. Now, this seems to be a population that's most vulnerable to losing their insurance. What I'm asking the council to do is to ask the providers that are out there, to start documenting activities to keep their eligibility. Start documenting, hey, are you working? Are you searching for work? Are you volunteering? Are you helping out with a program? Cleaning up, so they could keep the eligibility, because we don't want this, especially for the mental health folks, because we don't want them to lose their insurance, because we're going to get sick, we're going to go to the hospital is going to treat us, and there's going to be nobody to, bill, and the hospital is going to have to eat that, and we don't want to put that into financial, concern. So, thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Rona, followed by Carlos Valverde.
A1? Okay.
Is Carlos Valverde, is that you? Okay. Then our next speaker will be Judy Sherman, who's online. Just one sec. Judy, you can unmute yourself. Judy, you need to unmute yourself so you can speak. Okay, we're going to circle back to Judy. Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
I think
You're
I'm
on.
going. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The behavior of the city continues with more inequity demonstrated when it comes to Fox Hills. I guess it was not enough to make sure that most of the required housing Culver City had to build would result in most of it going into Fox Hills, tallying almost 3,000 units. The inequities continue with the following actions. Number one, May 27, 2025 council meeting, when there was an appeal regarding one tree removal. 4 of you who voted for its removal, and if you had pearls, you would have been clutching them, since your discussion to remove that one tree became an agonizing decision for you to make. But you had no problem with multiple mature tree removal down Buckingham Parkway to satisfy the 5,700 Hannum developers and the Planning Commission. Number two, the inconsistent decisions by the city's attorney regarding conflict of interest issues is ongoing. While some city council members are allowed to participate in issues that could be considered conflict of interest, any issue regarding Fox Hills resulted in the city attorney advising 2 members of city council to recuse themselves. Maybe the city attorney lacks the ability to make such decisions. Maybe she chooses just not to, or maybe she was instructed to do so. Whatever the reason, the decision showed clear inequitability. It is time for you to all clean up your act, unless, of course, you want to continue increasing your liability risks. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, our next and last speaker will be Ron Basilian. Ron, you should be able to, go ahead.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can. Go
Hi, this is Ron Basilian. I'm with Protect Culver City, protectculvercity.org. You can always reach out to us at info@protectculvercity.org if you want us to help facilitate. We're here to help all residents. Today, I just wanted to come and speak on behalf of multifamily owners facing the soft story retrofit issue. As you guys may know, the first deadline is passed for scanning report for people, and we'd still like to see some kind of help from the city. We have 3 things we need help with. One is finding decent contractors, another is finding decent financing, and the third, and the most important, and I think where the city can get most involved in, is having a streamlined pass-through in order for landlords who have like unduly low market rents to be able to pass through the costs of the soft story retrofit to tenants. As you guys know, it's already state law, I believe, where people can pass through capital improvements to tenants. This would make it easy for people because everybody's got to do it. Remember, we keep talking about affordable housing. Multifamily mom and pops are the last affordable housing left. Once we're gone, we're gone. The people replacing us charge 2 to 3 times rent. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
And that was our final speaker.
Thank you. May I have a motion to receive and file correspondence?
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. On to the consent calendar. How many speakers do we have on that?
I'm sorry, 5 speakers?
5 speakers, okay. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull for discussion? No? That's my point, no? Okay. Let's hear from the speakers.
Okay, so the order will be Melissa Sanders, Darren Godfrey, Karen Lyriser, James Richardson, and Marcy Bond. So we'll start with Melissa Sanders, who is...
And these are for C6 and C12.
Hi there again. C6, I believe, is the bicycle pedestrian bridge thing. Again, we don't have the money to build anything, even if it would be a really great idea. I'm very confused why this council is continuing to spend money on non-urgent, non-emergency, not even remotely important items, such as, let's see if we can build another bridge. With everything going on, save your money for the love of God. Just stop it. Stop it with that. Stop it with the Alenda stupid feasibility study. I mean, that's a joke, as we all know. And then C12, I have to remember what I'm doing now. Oh, that's kind of what I mentioned. I want to know what else is going to go there besides a parking lot. That is an empty lot. My understanding has been for over 20 years, and we need revenue, and that's what we need to do. So how do we not only for that lot, but then any future lot that sits empty for months and years, make revenue out of it? You cannot just let developers or purchasers just sit there empty. That's not the point of the purchase. So I think you guys need to come up with if your land is not doing X, Y, and Z within ABC number of months, you're going to have to start just paying for an empty lot. Something to get these people to do what the intention was, which was develop, whether they like it or not.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Darren Godfrey. I am not seeing him, so we'll move on to Carolyn Lybriser. Is Carolyn here? Okay, and she'll be followed by James Richardson.
Good evening, Council. I'm Carolyn Lybriser, and I'm here to speak about C6, which is the bridge over the creek from Ince to Jefferson. The proposed cost of that would be $6 million. So while we're spending $200,000 to study a bridge that would never be built, it's not economically feasible. The bridge, even if we had matching funds, that's still $3 million. And how many people would even go over that bridge every day? That pedestrian bridge, like what, 25? I mean, I looked on Google Maps. It's a bridge to nowhere from Ince, and then it goes over to the recycling yard over there. Even if that went away, still, who's going to go down Jefferson just so they can go over a dinky bridge to get to Ince? It makes no sense. So it would just save the $200,000. I don't get it. I agree with Melissa. Why are we spending $200,000? We don't have a lot of money. We're in a structural deficit. Let's put the money towards something that we really need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Richardson. He'll be followed by Marcy Bond.
Good evening, City Council. Good to see you again. I'm speaking on C13. It's just a couple of questions. The first one being, I did ask for an item on the agenda, but after listening to what everyone had to say, it's given me some time to really think over what I really want to do. But this is really for you, Dan, and Albert. As far as setting up that film subcommittee, is it okay if someone can be added on there? I'm interested in being on there, but I don't want it to be a conflict of interest of the different business interests I want to bring to Culver City. So that's a question, and I did shoot an email this morning. So if we can ask at a later time. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. The subcommittees are comprised of council members and staff members, but we'll look at, ways to engage the public if it's approved tonight.
Okay, our next and last speaker is Marcy Bond.
Good evening, City Council. Again, my name is Marcy Bond. I am a commissioner of the PRCS Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. I obviously, $200,000 for another consulting fee. $250,000 for Linda. That's $450,000 there alone in a time when we are on a tight budget. And as you could see from the pictures that I took of Linda, that was on a Wednesday, June 23rd at 3:25 p.m. It's what it looks like the vast majority of the time. We don't need to be wasting money. So this is another waste of money to look at a bridge that, as Carolyn Libesser was saying, is more than what we can afford. Just like Melissa said, it's $6 million, even if someone is paying half of it. Where is that $3 million going to come from? We are not even keeping up our current roads. Our sidewalks are falling apart in a lot of places. In some areas, there aren't any lights. For instance, down Braddock, there are no street lights. So why are we putting money into things that we don't have the money for when we're not even taking care of what we currently have? Thank you.
That was the final speaker.
Okay. Any follow-up from colleagues? Okay. Does anyone want to pull anything to vote separately? Okay. We're going to vote for all of it at once. Can I get we have a motion and a second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor Puza to approve the entire consent calendar. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Steph, want to go ahead and start with the report?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. The City Council received the majority consensus to agendize a discussion of the creation of an annual city-produced event for Hispanic Heritage Month. Last year, Economic Development produced a Love Local event in collaboration with Westfield Culver City, highlighting Hispanic Heritage Month with some cultural programming. Due to staff changes at Westfield, it appears that event may not happen this year. If the City Council desires to implement a standalone city-produced event for fiscal year 25-26, staff proposes the development of a free, family-friendly film and panelist event in coordination with Artbound via PBS and SoCal. The event could take place at the Gloria Kaufman Performing Arts Center, which currently has availability for September 18th and 19th. It's estimated that a film series panelist event with music and dance would require funding between $7,000 and $10,000. If the City Council would like to consider an alternate event, staff is open to direction from City Council.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Yeah, Councilman Fish.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Varela. Could you just, for the public, can you share where the idea came from and That was my first question. The second question is just about the contingency that we would use, and if you feel like that's necessary to use for anything else that you foresee. Those are my two. Thank you.
Sure. So back in February, a member of the public asked to have this item agendized, knowing that there had not been a Hispanic Heritage Month event that the city produces. Once the staff looked at it, we explored different ways in which the city could produce an event, looked at existing relationships, and looked at potentially doing this film panelist event because of a pre-existing relationship with PBS and SoCal for Artbound. We were looking at potentially doing an event that has more cultural significance than just having music and or dance, which is typical of a lot of other cultural events. And we also considered where the funding would come from. The Special Event Grant Program right now currently has $18,000 in contingency funding after the other grants were funded. And we looked at that as a potential funding mechanism for this event. Many of the events that were off cycle for the previous couple years were rolled into this year's grants in an effort to minimize the amount of off-cycle events that we fund. So with that, we're considering that there may be minimal off-cycle requests during that time. So looking at what the event would cost, depending what other elements were added, it would run $7,000 to $10,000.
Thank you. And that would leave us with, in your view, still enough of a contingency in the special events fund for the remainder of the year?
Well, most people that come and ask for off-cycle grants are either looking for our minimum $1,000 in funding, which is mostly in kind, or anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000. So we still have the ability, depending on how much we fund this, to fund an additional 2 to 3 additional events in the fiscal year. And also the city council obviously has the option to add more funding to that if necessary.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McMorrin. Excuse me, sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Rivera. Any questions, Councilmember? No? Okay, great. Do we have any comments from the public?
We do. We have, Rebecca, do you want to speak on this as well? Okay. So we have Melissa Sanders, Matthew Gildeleon, Carlos Valverde, Sami Abano, and then Rebecca Rona. So first we'll call Melissa Sanders.
Hi again. I'm excited about this. I think it is long overdue. When I ran the Fall Festival for Farragut, I wanted to do a taco competition, like a best taco competition. We have amazing Mexican and Latin restaurants all over Culver City, and it would be fun to somehow incorporate going to these places, supporting them, maybe having a vote, try to really get everyone to go everywhere and then vote for their favorite, dishes and drinks and, ambiance and everything else, and try to really engage the population. I think it would be really fun. And I hope that it, would bring a lot of new people to Culver City and just make another amazing event for our city to enjoy. So if there's a committee, I would love to be on it. So enjoy.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gildeleon. Is he here?
I'm Matt Gildeleon. I did something wrong on the computer, but I just wanted to I wanted to speak on the school budget, and I don't think the city council, being that they're asking for more money, needs to I think they should stick with their budget. Schools should stick with their budget, and especially
We'll get
if.
to A2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, come back for A2.
Carlos Valverde?
Good evening, council members. My name is Carlos Valverde. While you may know me as a member of ERAC's Equity Human Relations Advisory Committee for 4 years, tonight I come to you as an individual, in my individual capacity as a resident. I just wanted to mention that I recently came back from Mexico City, and the streets are absolutely beautiful. There's a lot of great things going on there, and so really recommend people to go see that. Due to the timing of the agenda item, I just wanted to let you know that ERAC as an organization was unable to officially endorse this item on the agenda. However, it's on public record that the ERAC was responsible for the last 3 years of the event that we put together for the Latino Heritage Month. As an involved community member, school teacher, for our city, I find that it's important for our city to take time to honor the culture and history of people. Culver City was built atop this legacy of ranchos and indigenous people since the time of Spanish rule, yet there's been little bit exposure to these realities, and today Latinos make up 18% of Culver City's population. Latinos make up the largest student population within CCUSD at 37%. And last Thursday night's summer night event with the Latin music just kind of shows us that Edgar knows how to throw a party. And I think that it's time that we as a city can really embrace this moment and make this an annual thing. And I really hope that we start off with asking for that full 10 that Edgar's asking for. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Rona.
Am I allowed to touch this? I'm always afraid this will break. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Rebecca Rona Tuttle. I am a member of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, but tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf. I strongly support the city hosting an annual, beautiful, and meaningful public event to take place during each Latino Heritage Month, including this year, sometime between mid-September and October. Without a doubt, volunteers and staff member Edgar Varela could create a joyous event. This would be comparable to our Martin Luther King and our Juneteenth celebrations. The Latinos in our community have been marginalized for far too long. All of us, Latino and non-Latino alike, have an opportunity to celebrate them and to remind everyone that Latinos and their cultures, plural, are important and in fact inextricably woven into the city's past and present. At this time in our country's history, it is especially meaningful that we do so. Thank you.
Our next and last speaker will be Samia Bano.
Hello, everyone. I'm also a member of ERAC, but I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. And I just wanted to share that the last 3 Latino Heritage Month celebrations that ERAC organized were so meaningful for me. I wasn't on the organizing subcommittees. I just showed up to enjoy the event. I learned about the history of Latino people. I got to meet people who talked about the challenges they're facing and also the joys that they experience being part of the Latino community. I got to try awesome food. And as a result, I feel more empathy and compassion for the community. I feel a greater sense of solidarity for the community. Also, I've been more regular and frequently eating at various Latino restaurants around the city because I discovered food that I really enjoyed at these events. So I hope you will say yes to making this happen every year. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it? Okay, great. Thank you. Any final comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish?
Thank you to those who came to support the event. I'm in full support. I think this is a great idea. Like one of the speakers said, Edgar does really know how to throw a party. I +1 to that sentiment. And just thanks to ERAC, Rebecca, Samia, the gentleman who spoke previous to them, for their supporting of the event. And I look forward to attending. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Moran.
Thank you. I appreciate the staff report and community members that were able to give their comments this evening. I'm super excited about this becoming a formal event, but the main thing that I like to lift up with these kind of celebrations is I hope that, although it probably won't be feasible for this year, and while Edgar is fantastic, and I hope he stays for the city forever or however long he wishes. I just want to make sure that the city has an opportunity to hear from neighbors and community members who are of Hispanic and or Latina background in terms of the planning. So for Juneteenth and MLK, we have a committee, and that took a lot to get that going. So I don't know how we would make sure, but I just want to make sure that there is a community input so that we're actually being responsive and ensuring that our celebrations are reflective of our community. I think we have great staff representation right now, so I'd hope that we'd be responsive, and we already know that Edgar and the team does a fantastic job, but just hopefully we can continue to think about ways to include community voice, whether, I don't know if the subcommittee at the ERAC will continue and they can be a sounding board, or just that there is some sort of accountability as we continue to move this forward, hopefully for years to come. But very excited for the work that has taken place so far and look forward to celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Edgar, I think it's consensus you know how to throw a party, so hats off to you. I'm happy to support this moving forward. No other comments, but thank you for all the speakers, Mr. Valverde, and all the work that you guys have done to bring this forward. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Yeah, thank you to Carlos Valverde for bringing this to our attention and to ERAC for their work. Thanks to staff. Very excited for this. It's long overdue, and as we continue to build more inclusive events for our city, this is definitely vital and important, especially right now at this time. I did speak to some community members as we continue to evolve or incorporate more voices, and maybe this year or in future years, incorporating the idea of ofrenda. I think that, for those who don't know, it's a traditional altar. It can be to honor deceased loved ones, and I think it could be part of the celebration, and it could be particularly moving. And so maybe that could be done this year, or maybe it can be done in a future year, depending on finances. But that would be my only addition to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agree with all my colleagues. Overdue, but timeliness is perfect considering what's going on in California, Culver City, and I think this community needs to be uplifted. And I really love this as a first effort. The documentary film, the programming here, I really like it. And I would like to move forward, and thanks also to the speakers, with the motion to go ahead and produce this suggested event for no more than $10,000. And I don't think there's any other direction other than that. We can talk about, next year's process after this concludes, I think.
I have a motion by the mayor, O'Brien, and Councilmember McMorrin to approve a $10,000 budget for the city-produced Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. CFO Soger, when you're ready to begin your staff report, we are ready.
Good evening.
Honorable Mayor O'Brien and City Council. I'm Lisa Soger, the Chief Financial Officer. I have with me Elizabeth Shavelson, our Assistant CFO. So we have a very brief staff report, and then we're open to whatever discussion the council wants to have. On July 14th, City Council considered a funding request from CCUSD and directed staff to return with one, a list of capital improvement projects that could be defunded to fund a potential one-time $2.5 million donation to CCUSD, and two, a report on the impact of a potential one-time $2.5 million donation to CCUSD from the city's contingency reserve. Staff reviewed CIPs funded by the general fund and consulted with all departments to assess the status of those projects. Attachment 2 to the staff report lists all CIP projects funded by the general fund, the facilities planning reserve, and the recreational facilities reserve. We focused on those projects funded by the general fund and not those in the two committed reserves. And in doing so, and again with consultation with all departments, staff identified $1,082,902 in bicycle and pedestrian improvement projects that are eligible to be funded from the Mobility Improvement Fund, which is Fund 437. Fund 437 currently has a balance of approximately $2 million. And I will make a note because several of the speakers referred to item C6, which is the bridges. That CIP project is one of that feasibility study is one of the ones that is recommended to be moved to Fund 437 as it is eligible. The attachment also highlights an additional $1,425,354 in CIPs that could be defunded. Some of these projects have been completed and have residual balances. Some do not have current activity or are not moving forward for other reasons, and those are all detailed in that attachment in the description column next to each one. The staff report also includes an analysis of the contingency reserve as requested. Remember that staff must already return with a plan to replenish the contingency reserve by the end of the calendar year. Any further decrease in the reserve will need to be reflected in that plan. So tonight we're asking City Council to provide direction. If the council wishes to move forward with the one-time donation of $2.5 million to CCUSD, staff will need to return at a future council meeting with a resolution and a budget amendment, which will require 4/5 vote. And again, we will take your direction depending on how council would like to proceed, either with the CIP projects as listed in the attachment, or changes to that, or the contingency reserve. So we await your recommendations. And we're here for any questions.
Great. Thank you for your report. And are we ready for some questions? Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, CFO Soger, for all the work that you and staff have put into this, and for answering our request for these capital projects and the information about the contingency reserve. So just curious about two small dollar requests that were made. First, to take over the entirety of the Safe Routes to School program, which amounts to $30K, and then secondly, to take over the entirety of the Go Pass program, which amounts to $49K. Could those potentially be discussed when the joint use agreement comes back for review? And if so, when are we discussing holistically the joint use agreement? Is that planned?
I don't have the answer to that. I believe that is being worked on with PRCS Director.
Council member, the city and the school district have been discussing the need to complete negotiation of the joint use agreement for quite some time now. Hopefully, you know, what we're experiencing now will facilitate speeding that process up. But it's something we'll be communicating with the new superintendent about once he gets his feet on the ground.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And then just in terms of, you know, I've received a lot of support, obviously, for helping the schools, and it's something that I'm really hopeful that we can do tonight. My understanding is it's whatever we ask for in terms of a resolution or a budget amendment is going to come back to council. Are there any ways we can establish some, not guardrails, but contingent qualifiers, such as, you know, a commitment, for example, to explore land use that could be profitable for the district, or a commitment to pursue a parcel tax? I know these things are already, the school board, because I've talked to some of the members, it's something they're already thinking about heavily, but I'm just curious if that's something that could potentially be a part of this, whatever we decide tonight as a contingent of receiving this funding.
I would ask the city attorney to potentially weigh in, but I imagine that the council could determine that they wanted a donation agreement, and as part of the terms of the donation could request certain things from the school district, including parcel tax or, you know, exploring other revenue generating sources.
Great, thank you. And then in terms of, like, you know, what we need to take action on tonight, as I understand it, the school district needs to be able to tell the state that they have a certain amount of funding coming in to avoid having to make significant cuts in order to avoid receivership or anything like that. Are we able to take this year, sort of set it aside, look at it on its own, and then in order to accomplish what we've been asked to do, which is to provide that longer 2 or 3 year assistance, can that be set aside for the budget conversation that happens annually, so that we have more time and more space to think about where those funds are going to come from, if at all? But considering that that's something that the school district needs.
So tonight, all that's on your agenda is to consider, because the request came back to consider how to find 2.5 million. Could we find it in CIPs, or what does it look like from the contingency reserve? So that's all that can come back. I mean, that's all that's really on the table to discuss tonight. Anything future could come back in future budget conversations, certainly at the time of budget. We will be coming back to you, again, as I mentioned, before the end of the year. We're obligated to come back with a plan to replenish the contingency reserve. So we will be having budget conversations. You know, what happens with the election will also change our picture and will inform those budget conversations. But in terms of what we can really talk about tonight, it's the 2.5 million. Certainly, we could be directed to come back at a future meeting to discuss something else.
Okay, so for example, we could direct staff to come back with options during the budget process regarding an additional 2.5 for next year.
I think you could get just consensus and get, 3 nodding heads for us to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then that might be my last question. Oh, sorry, last question. thank you for, identifying the 1.5 that could come from capital projects. It looks like the majority of which is money that is not being used or doesn't have a plan to be used at the moment, or leftover funds. And then there's this $1,082,000 from mobility projects. Do we know from Public Works, Transportation, probably mostly Public Works, I imagine, the impact of taking basically $1 million away from the mobility fund?
The list of mobility projects is large, and they are very expensive projects. We have, again, currently in that fund, $2 million. As new projects come online, more money is accumulated in that fund. So I know there's a lot of capital projects, and it's not going to begin to fund all of them, and some of them, it might even take the entire amount. So, but we're here to make you're here to make hard decisions. We tried to find a path for you to show you how a potential path. And so using some of those eligible funds at this time when the general fund is so tight does make sense if you want to move certain things forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just be interested in if Public Works has an impact statement or something, with regard to those projects that aren't CIPs yet, but are planning to be CIPs, and how that would impact. That's if Director Dimitri is here, but if not, I don't see him, so that's okay. That's all I had for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamara.
I'm going to wait until after comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. I guess a couple of questions. When we talk about replenishing the contingency reserve, I know it's not a question for you, but it is a question for you right now. With what we have right now, how likely that we can replenish it to its adequate levels is it? Say the sales tax measure doesn't pass. In light of everything going on, my understanding is even if it doesn't pass as a council, we need to look at some cuts. So we need to make those hard choices. If it doesn't, how do we make this happen?
If it does not pass, many of there are a lot of CIPs on this list. That's one of the avenues, right? We're going to be looking at a lot of things which we're just sort of running around in our heads, and we're kind of waiting to see the results before to inform how we approach it. But if it does not, we will probably be looking at a number of other projects that are on this list and recommending defunding those as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And then maybe this is for the city attorney or for you, but there was a lot of talk about how we can be creative with this moving forward. What are the possibilities, maybe even the city manager, of the gun store? If we secure a purchaser, sell the gun store and commit that money to the school, is that something that is possible?
So the city purchased the gun store at a premium to take the property off the market. So that's $6.5 million. I don't believe and I'm not sure, I don't think the most recent appraisal we're not going to achieve $6.5 million if we were to sell it. The other piece of that is the city spent $3.5 million from the general fund, but it spent just just shy of $3 million from the successor agency. Mm-hmm. And if the property were to be sold, that $3 million would have to go back to the successor agency before the general fund. So we would not see the entire 6.5 million in the general fund, and then it would be in a specific pot that could not be used for a purpose like funding the school district.
Yeah, I agree. We'll never see that 6.5 out of that property whatsoever. I just want to know the possibility of taking that money, so no, it's not
No,
possible.
it's not eligible for this use.
Okay. And then just, for the edification of everybody listening and myself, what the contingency reserve, what is that pot of money for, in your opinion? What do we use that for?
So that pot of money is for emergencies, right? So an economic downturn and natural disasters, that would, again, impact the city's revenues, right? So if something happened, if there was a major earthquake and then businesses, there was no sales tax and businesses were shut down, so no business license tax, all, emergency things which are very real in the state of California. So that's what that reserve is for, and we, per the policy, we're required to come back to you if we use it, to come back to you with a plan on how to replenish that reserve within 5 years.
5 years. And then from the city you came from, I think their reserve was 100% of their, which is a different dynamics altogether, but
The policy was 50%, but when I left, we had 100%. And obviously now, and it's the city of Malibu, for those of you who don't know, and obviously now it's been critical for them to maintain services.
in your position as a CFO with your experience, how important is it to really maintain a robust, and we're at 30%, I think we're down now to 21.5%, but how important is it to maintain that robust sort of reserve emergency fund?
I mean, I feel that it's critical. Again, we saw a lot of natural disasters in the beginning of this year, and in places that maybe we thought weren't quite as vulnerable. So that, to me, makes me want to protect our ability to provide the services that we do. Even in that event, some places might be less impacted. We're also seeing from the federal government, funds being withheld. It's impacting the state. We don't know what that's going to do to money that would otherwise come to us. So yes.
A lot of uncertainties.
A lot of uncertainty. So for me, it is a critical piece to maintain a strong emergency reserve.
Right, yeah, we still don't really know the impacts of the federal government in terms of, transportation and HUD and whatnot. I mean, there's just way too many.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll save the rest of my comments when we go around. I think, I'll save the rest. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and all the work. I'm just thinking about if it's approved, conditions for approval. So will the funding go to general use, or is it something that could be restricted? Can we create a condition?
That's up to the city council.
Okay.
It's your donation. You could make recommendations or a request as part of the donation, I would imagine.
Great, thank you. And then would you find it valuable for you and your team to meet with the school district's finance team to work on this, and as we go through the 3 years, again, if approved, and/or sit in meetings with the County Office of Education and kind of work in tandem?
It depends what the council wants us to do. If the council just wants us to make a donation and give the money, then I don't know. If there's something that you're going to ask for us to report back on, we might need more information.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I have a couple of questions. I see we have our superintendent, Dr. Jimenez here, and our business services assistant superintendent, Rajiv here. I don't know if Dr. Jimenez is quite ready to answer some of these questions, but maybe he is. Either one of you, can you come to the lectern? I have a couple questions. Both. How about both?
Good evening, Mayor and council members and community.
Welcome again.
Thank you.
So we got an email, I think the entire council got it, from a community member who often, you'll get to know him if you have not yet, who pays close attention to district finances. And he said in the previous fiscal year, district figures in the estimated actuals of 24-25 showed the district was spending about 97.5% of the unrestricted funding on basically labor costs. Is that correct?
It's actually closer to 94.7.
94.7, okay. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry, after some cost cutting, I didn't read the next line. It's right on with what he said. And then in the next paragraph, he said most of the unified school districts in LA County keep their cost of employment in the low 80 percentile, is that correct?
It's more around 80 to 85%.
Okay.
Typically.
Okay. That was one question. I just wanted to confirm that he wasn't lying, or he wouldn't lie, but was inaccurate. And then off of I went online and looked at the district's proposed budget for 25-26, and I just want to be clear I understand the difference. There's two charts, or one chart that has two different bars on it. One's the actual / projected average daily attendance numbers, and then there's the funded average daily attendance numbers. They track pretty closely, going from 21-22 all the way to 25-26. But which one are we looking at when we're talking about how we're funding?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's actually the funded enrollment because that's actually the revenue that we will actually generate. And so school districts are actually funded by the number of students that actually come to school every day. So we talk about that as a funded ADA. It would be nice if the state of California would fund us based on enrollment, but that's not the case. And after COVID, a lot of school districts took a big hit, as you all know, with the enrollment and actually attendance in schools. And so most districts prior to COVID were about 97% attendance rate. And so therefore, school districts are funded based on a 3-year average funded enrollment. And so we take that. So every year it impacts that number.
Got it. But in this chart, the funded ADA each year is higher than the projected ADA.
Yeah, it could be because of the average of the three.
Okay.
So you're taking an average, but eventually it'll catch up.
Okay. Great. And then from the same page on the budget, it says that for 25-26, our LCFF per ADA, so that's local control funding formula?
That is correct.
Right. Is $12,457, and that will adjust over time, but it's going to be in that neighborhood, right?
Yes, and actually in those charts that you're referring to, it does take into account the declining enrollment. And so as you all know, all districts and actually LA County took the hardest hit out of all the counties in California. That number is being impacted every year. So we have the declining enrollment as an issue. And the big culprit of that is actually birth rates. That's been a big factor all throughout the country, so it is something that all educators were looking at very closely. But that does impact our enrollment every year.
Okay, great. And then just so the majority of funding that the district receives comes from this, in the coming year, 12,457 times the funded ADA number.
Yes.
Whatever that ends up
Yes.
being at the end of the, yeah, okay. That's it?
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, that's it. Can we go to public comment?
Okay, we have 33 speakers signed up. We're going to start with Tristan Isadore, followed by Ron Levinson, Amy Kim, Jessica Harwood, Crystal Alexander, Lindsay Carlson, Scott Crichton, who has ceded his time to Lindsay Carlson, Dee Montalvo, Carolyn Levisser, Kenneth Alexander, who ceded his time to Crystal Alexander, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, Stephen Jones, Melissa Stuckey, and then I'll announce the rest.
Tristan Isadore has 1 minute, seated by Scott Friedman.
Thank you so much for being here. Thanks, colleagues, council, for having the discussion, for everyone who's showing up tonight to give their comment. You know, I had a pre-written statement written down, but as I was here and I was listening, and it really jarred me, and it may have jarred some of my colleagues as we're talking about reserves, the percentage of reserves that are held 30%, 20%, and I know it hit me. It might have hit my colleagues coming from a board who is barely hitting their 3% reserve minimums, and we're here today asking for $2.5 million in order for us to meet our minimum reserve. It is very clear that we might be in differing financial situations than you all, which is why I think we're here today having this really, really important conversation about how we can best serve our collective community. I really appreciate you all having the conversation. I really appreciate the discussion about having support for the district amidst these painful cuts that we are all experiencing, that we're experiencing here in the district. Cuts that ultimately, at the end of the day, will impact negatively our students. When programs get cut, it is not lost on any of us that it's often our most vulnerable students who suffer the most. And so what this donation would mean is that we can keep critical instructional programs in place, provide social emotional supports, and fund resources like textbooks, all of which directly affect student achievement and well-being. I know that this is a tough ask. I know we're all experiencing threats from the federal administration. I would argue that education is experiencing them the most, as we've seen this wave of people in DC threatening our fundamental right to learn, and it's really education that is being withheld the most. And so as we are all today trying to combat, I think collectively, the dangers that are very much present, it is really important to me, and I think all of, or maybe most of us here today, that you all do this. And so as I wrap up, I just want to say that I know it's tough, but investing in our students in the futures has to be our top priority. This partnership between the city and the district is fundamental and is important. I really urge you all to support this today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Levinson, followed by Amy Kim. Is Ron here? No, Amy Kim? Should be followed by Jessica Harwood online.
Hi, council members. My name is Amy Kim. I'm a parent of a second grader at CCUSD. I also work with dozens of school districts across California through the education nonprofit I run. I have seen many districts fall into financial despair and seen how local school districts lose their autonomy when County Department of Education oversight comes in. This may seem like an abstract concept, but it will negatively impact CCUSD, and we might never recover. We will no longer be the destination city that where young families like mine move to Culver City to attend our high-quality public schools. We are willing to pay high costs in housing and high sales tax because we believe in the value of public education and the diversity it offers to our children. I ask that you keep families like mine in mind as you vote today. A few months ago, I came here to ask you to fund our schools. I am asking again to please vote yes on this $2.5 million donation to the school this year and continue to find ways to support our schools for the years to come. For most of us, our public schools are what makes Culver City special. There are 6,500 CCUSD families who are counting on you and who are watching how you vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Harwood. Jessica, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. Culver City schools are at the heart of who we are as a community. My kids attend La Bayona Elementary, and they're so happy and proud of their neighborhood school. We are so incredibly grateful to be able to live in a community with great schools. Our schools are a huge draw and part of what makes Culver City such a desirable place to live. To preserve this, please vote yes to approve the staff's recommendation and provide 100% of this essential funding to CCUSD so that all of our schools get the funds they need for this school year. In addition, please fully fund what CCUSD needs for the 2026 through 2028 school years as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker will be Crystal Alexander, who's been seated time by Kenneth Alexander, followed by Lindsay Carlson. Is Crystal here? Yes, there you are. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking to you as the former city treasurer here in Culver City. Due to a confluence of events, both predictable and some very much self-inflicted, the CCUSD is in financial difficulty. They have made an extraordinary ask for direct funding from the city coffers. The community has been flooded with information about this, some of it misguided and flat out wrong. Unfortunately, messaging from the Federation of Teachers has been inaccurate when it comes to the portrayal of the city's and the CSUSD's financial position, so I hope you will rely on staff from both bodies for your information and decision-making. Setting aside the merits and downsides of the request, I think one thing is crystal clear. Any bailout money must be accompanied by a set of conditions. These conditions, publicly enforced, can become a vital piece in regaining the public trust of both elected bodies. Funding without conditions must be a non-starter. Remember, trust in the city will become entangled with the CCUSD the moment the funds are transferred. The community will be demanding transparency. But the City Council can deliver this through a conditional agreement. It should structure the agreement so it is transparent, accountable, and aligned with both the city's interests and the public good. This morning, I emailed the City Council 9 sample overarching conditions. I encourage engagement of the Finance Advisory Committee to work with the Finance Department staff to craft a package of conditions for City Council adoption. Samples of some of those conditions would be things like including City Council appointment of a member to the CCUSD Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, including City Finance Department staff in discussions with LACO, restrict the use of the gifted funds, require performance conditions of the CCUSD, and many more. None of this is rocket science. I know the staff on both sides will agree that these are best business practices and conditions that should be considered by the City Council before making a gift of funds, and I hope that you will consider them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Carlson, who's been seated time by Scott Crichton.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Lindsay Carlson. I'm one of your CCUSD school board members and a mom of an incoming second grader. I know others have and will provide you with ample information about our district's financial situation. It's worth emphasizing that CCUSD has already had to cut over 40 positions and $4 million from our budget for this upcoming year. And we will have to cut an additional $4 million from the budget in 26 and 27 just to stay afloat. Cutting more positions and services that our district families find very valuable to them can create a downward spiral. If Culver City schools no longer have a strong reputation, families like mine will not have a reason to continue living in Culver City. My property value will decline, and so will yours, and so will the general quality of life in Culver City. While prior district management and school boards did make some decisions that exacerbated the problems that we face now, the current district management and school board are dramatically more fiscally responsible. But it takes time to fix the mistakes made by others, and compounding our difficulties are added expenses that we cannot control but have no choice to pay, and decreases in real dollars from both the state and federal government. Without substantial additional help in the short term, we'll have no choice but to make further cuts next school year. Class sizes will increase and programs will be defunded. None of us want to do this, but without help now, it will become unavoidable. I also want to make clear a point that was, I think, overlooked in my last public comment from July 14th, but seems to nonetheless be crucial to this conversation. CCUSD board members have also discussed at a public meeting and unanimously agreed that the district needs to pursue other opportunities to increase our revenue, including an additional parcel tax and additional rental agreements for our facilities. But a parcel tax won't be available to put on the ballot until June of 2026, and the revenue won't come in until 2027, and the rental income from our facilities will not be remotely enough to fill the gaps. We can work together to our mutual benefit, however. In addition to the recommendations made in the staff report, there's a potential solution that we can consider that will benefit both entities over the long term. And that is to commit to providing $2.5 million to the district for each of the next 3 years if CL passes. I would say this is not a donation per se. We are not a charity. It is a contribution and an investment in our schools, which are the cornerstone of our community. There are a substantial number of parents and caretakers, particularly in my peer group, which is the 40-something set here, parents, who are waiting to see what the city does with the schools before they cast their ballot. I'm looking forward to seeing what you all do tonight. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dee Montilvo, followed by Carolyn Libiser.
Before you start your time, is this action item 2 instead of 1?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Dee Montielvo. I'm a teacher, parent, and union leader. On July 14th, I came to talk to you about my CCMS Summer Bridge and the amazing rising sixth graders that I taught, and they all emailed you. There were 22 letters in your inbox, and we didn't hear back yet, and we teach the kids about the power of yet. I want to highlight some thoughts from their letters from 11-year-olds who love their school experience because of dedicated teachers and staff. So you can be one of their favorite people by approving this and helping with a partnership tonight. One student wrote that, thank you for your support because I learned how to make ice cream, but I forgot to add sugar and added salt instead. I know I'm allowed to make mistakes in this class and I can learn from them. I finished making a basketball hoop and a catapult. Another student said, thank you so much for voting for students like me. Another student wrote to you and said that their teachers work really hard in this school, and they want Culver City to be proud of their accomplishments. So please read those 22 letters in your inbox. And one last thing, we are very resourceful. I've worked every single summer since I've been here, it seems like, to get resources for my own classroom. I reach out to anyone who will donate, so please help our school.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Libiser, followed by Stephen Jones.
Good evening, Council. This is a terrible situation that the district finds itself in. There's no other way to say it, but I want to point out a few things. One is that we have 25% of the district's students are here on permit, and that's not like any other district around us. All the other districts have almost no students who are on permit. So what does that mean? That means of our $2 million parcel tax right now, we're funding about 1,600 students who their parents aren't paying taxes in this city. So we're subsidizing those students. And if we give them $2.5 million, again, we're subsidizing 1,600 students who don't live here. I'd also like to point out that this has been a long time coming. This didn't just happen. I used to get up in front of school board meetings and I pointed out with charts what the revenue stream was looking at. I would object to, myself and others, we'd object to certain expenditures. I was mocked to my face at the school board meetings. So yes, and thank you, Ms. Rajiv, who's come here last year in 2024. If the Chief Budget Officer wasn't doing such a good job, the district would be in far worse shape. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Melissa Stuckey. Stephen, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. Our kids, along with their teachers and staff, are badly in need of the city's help. City staff has done an excellent job of identifying available funds to make sure this has minimal impact on our existing finances. So please approve the staff's recommendations. In addition, there are two things I hope all of us will remember. First, this is not the end of the story. As the city and the district realize savings and revenue opportunities in the years to come, we need to continue to work together. The district has requested additional help over the next 2 fiscal years, so we shouldn't be surprised by that when we're writing next year's budget. Second, while I encourage you to approve staff's recommendations, we can't forget that this is cutting the Mobility Improvement Fund in half. In next year's budget, we're going to have to make that up with additional general fund spending on pedestrian and bike infrastructure. Please don't forget. Thank you.
Janine has also been ceded time by Jack Stalin.
Hello again. I moved to Culver City 25 years ago because of its great sense of community and its beautiful tree-lined streets and the strong reputation of our public schools. All three of my daughters attended CCUSD from kindergarten through 12th grade, and one is now a public school teacher following footsteps in my family. For the very first time in my recollection, our school board and school district have reached out to the city for financial help. The district is now under new leadership and has already made painful cuts this year. So without this $2.5 million grant, even deeper cuts will follow. This will mean fewer teachers and support staff, larger class sizes, less attention for every student. It will mean the loss of programs like art, music, sports, and extracurriculars that keep students engaged and supported. The teachers who remain will have to do more with less, leading to burnout and higher turnover. And once programs and positions are cut, they're harder and more expensive to rebuild. And when families lose confidence in the schools, enrollment drops, which only deepens the funding crisis. So our schools are part of our community, intertwined, interconnected, and inseparable from its success. We want families who move here to enroll in our neighborhood schools, and we want current families to keep their kids here. Public education is a right, and we owe it to every family and every student to keep our students and our schools strong. Strong public schools are not just an education issue. They are an economic driver, a cornerstone of quality of life, and a key stated reason families choose to live here and stay here. So tonight, you have an opportunity to send a values-based message that our schools are worth investing in and our students are worth fighting for, that our city boundaries do not stop at the sidewalks and doors in front of our schools. A yes vote for granting CCUSD $2.5 million will show that Culver City stands with every student, every family, and the future of this community. I urge you to meet this moment and grant the funds. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Stuckey, but I'm not seeing her online. Is she here? No. So we're moving to the next group of speakers. We're starting with Janine Black, Matthew Gildeleon, Heather Moses, Melissa Sanders, Kenny Stevenson, Darren Ali Godvi, Edward Walkowitz, Alfonso Jimenez, Marlene Puga, I'm sorry, Andrew Lackman, Ingrid Morin, Marcy Bond, Stephanie Gowron, Leah Gowron, Wendy Hamill, Blakely Robles, Ray Long, Brian Guerrero, and Ann Wang. So we're moving back to Janine Black. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Jean Black. I'm a newly appointed Planning Commissioner and Chair of the CCUSD Measure E Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. CCUSD projects reserves this year at just 0.29%. The city projects $41.4 million in its contingency reserve, about 21.5%. The $2.5 million requested by the district is only 1.3% of the city's overall general fund budget. CCUSD has made about $10 million in budget cuts over the past 2 years, including dozens of layoffs in contract services. The city, to its credit, reduced its general fund expenditure budget, but the number of staff have increased by 11. Staff and City Council wisely see the 0.25% sales tax as a way to reduce the city's structural deficit, so Council declared a fiscal emergency because that's what state law requires to hold an off-cycle election. In other words, there's a difference between the fiscal emergency declared by the city and the current fiscal crisis faced by our schools. Lisa Soger and her staff did a great job identifying how to reallocate or postpone $2.5 million in capital projects so that money can be provided to the school district without any impact on city staffing or contingency reserves. The district must bring its reserves up to 3% by October 31st. Either they bring in $2.5 million in the next 2 months, or they'll have to lay off even more staff. Please approve the $2.5 million recommended by staff. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gil-de-Leon, followed by Heather Moses. Is Matthew here? No, Heather? Heather will be followed by Melissa Sanders online.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Heather Moses, and I've lived in Culver City since 1997. My husband and I moved here before we had children because of the excellent public schools and the community's strong support for the arts. Both of my kids received an outstanding education, starting at La Bayona, continuing through middle school, and graduating from high school. They thrive because of CCUSD arts programs, especially the Academy of Visual and Performing Arts. As the district's arts coordinator, I see every day how the arts keep students engaged, motivated, and connected in school. For many, the arts are the reason they come to school at all. I'm deeply concerned that these opportunities will be the next to face cuts. I don't want the next generation of students to get less than my kids received. Culver City deserves more, not less. That's why I'm asking the city to commit to helping CCUSD meet this financial challenge. This deficit will have a direct impact on our students, and we must do better. The report says in the agenda that it's uncommon for cities to provide substantial unrestricted operating funds to their local school districts. But Culver City has never aimed to be common. We are exceptional, both as a district and as a city, and right now our schools need your help. Increase your support for our schools, protect the programs that make families choose Culver City, and keep our community one that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Kenny Stevenson, both online. Melissa,
Hi again.
Go ahead.
This is about responsibility to your citizens and your residents, the kids, the families, and the staff that work at the district. For some reason, you guys chose to fund up to $20 million to an outside private developer instead of looking at what's best for your citizens. That choice alone, before this came up, was a poor choice. It hurt the citizens, the people that live here, because now you're going to have to cut city services. And that's unacceptable. But what's more unacceptable is prioritizing outside people over your own residents. If you're going to do this, which I think is a good idea, at least to get the reserves, you need to put, as Crystal said, some things in the agreement, one of which is a financial audit. It's been desperately needed to be done. They need to do actually a forensic audit. You guys should come up together and be like, hey, you've got all this bond money. You need to build a swimming pool. So when we redo Vets Park, we have a pool. Start working together. Start looking at how you can both use city funds, school funds, bond money to eventually make this an incredible city with the best school district in anywhere in the county. But you have to think about it.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kenny Stevenson. You're unmuted.
Hello.
You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and council members, I am a Culver City resident, homeowner, business owner, and most importantly, a parent of a CCUSD student. I'm speaking tonight in support of funding CCUSD. Fund our schools. That's it. This $2.5 million is what is needed to get our schools' finances up to the minimum, which means we are currently not meeting our obligations. And if we're not meeting our obligations, it's the kids who suffer. I'm asking the council to approve staff's recommendations to provide the essential funding to CCUSD. CCUSD needs short-term support from our city. Again, this is the minimum needed to remove the qualified status of the district's budget. My daughter is a CCUSD student, and I teach an after-school class at CCMS, so I see these kids and I see the schools up close. I don't care if the students live here or permitted in, they all deserve the chance to have the schools that we all talk about. We all say we moved here for the schools, and we are building affordable housing to bring in more students for our great schools. So we have to make sure that all our students get the schools that all made us come here. We all moved here. Don't forget that when you say that we need to work with the people who live here and not everyone. Thank you.
Gadvi, is he here? No, moving on. Edward Wolkowitz, he's online. Edward, you need to.
Okay.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening, Council. I've been following the City Council in Culver City for about 45 years now, and I have to say that this is, by my recollection, the first time that the city has been asked, or the city has considered, making a direct cash payment to the school district. By the same token, reading all of the information, I don't believe I recall a situation where the finances of the school district has been this critical. It seems to me, however, that the council is moving towards that same critical situation. Don't believe for a moment that this request is not the camel's nose under the tent. I believe that the $2.5 million should be allocated to the school district. I also believe, echoing Melissa Sanders, that it should come out of the Jubilo Village allocation that was made earlier. Thank you.
Next speakers are Alfonso Jimenez, followed by Marlene Pugach. Is Alfonso here? Yes? Okay. Oh, yes.
Good evening again, Mayor O'Brien, council members. I'm Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, Superintendent of the Culver City Unified School District. Thank you for your time you've given our request at the last council meeting, and I know there are many demands on your time and resources, but I want to thank you for how much you have engaged in this conversation on supporting our district. Tonight, I'm respectfully requesting the city's financial support in an amount greater than the $2.5 million for 3 fiscal years. I know this is a temporary commitment, which is essential to meet our state-mandated reserve requirements, avoid deep and ongoing program cuts for the 25-26 school year, and stabilize our finances while we implement a multi-year fiscal recovery plan. And that plan is already in motion. And I want you to know that we will be pursuing all of the options to generate revenue for our school district, as well as the possibility of pursuing a Measure Parcel K renewal, and also ensure long-term stability strategies to support our district, to support the high academic, social, emotional, and extracurricular programs that our district is known for offering. So the one-time $2.5 million contribution, while it's appreciated, it would only partially cover the required 3% reserve and still force significant cuts that would include eliminating instructional programs, reducing student supports, and foregoing a $1.5 million textbook adoption. And so these cuts will hurt, and they will hurt our most vulnerable students. So let's work together. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marlene Pugach, followed by Andrew Lackman.
Good evening. My name is Marlene Pugash. I started my career as an educator in the Culver City schools many decades ago, before some of you were born. At that time, when I learned first that I would be assigned to Culver City as a student teacher, and then I was offered my first job here, it was the honor of my life. Everyone in the LA metro area knew how amazing the school district was, and I was privileged to teach as a special education teacher at El Rincon, at the old Linda Vista, and at Lynn Howe. When I returned to the LA area after a long career in higher education preparing teachers for elementary and middle urban schools, I came back to Culver City knowing that a stable community depended on a stable school system. My own children were grown, so I didn't move back here so they could attend Culver City schools. But I understood the foundational value of good public schools, so I stand here utterly incredulous that what has kept this community stable, its schools, now sit on the precipice not only of big problems, but a potential LACO takeover. It's unconscionable, and frankly, it's unimaginable. It should be unimaginable. Finding the $2.5 million to help the schools get through this awful time should not even be a question for the City Council. As others have stated, you just approved what I believe is a totally uncalled for amount to fund Jubilo. Just what kind of schools do you want those children to attend when they live in the housing that's going to be built? And now we've heard that there's a $3 million bridge to nowhere, and that's more than the district is asking for. The City Council is
Your time has
responsible for
expired.
making a solid
Thank you.
decision here.
Thank you. Our next speaker, your time has expired. Your next speaker is Andrew Lackman, followed by Ingrid Moran.
I was there with her when she filled it out.
Ingrid did?
Yes.
Right, she didn't put your name down as the person seating it too, so there was no way for us to know that. But we'll go ahead and give you the extra.
Well, thank you. And I'll probably just get yelled at for messing things up. It's okay. It's my fault. No, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. When I came here last time, I think very impassioned, point out that none of us want to be here in this particular situation asking for this. And I know it's not easy. I appreciate some of the structural questions that are being asked and the desire to make sure that the city has the cushions that it needs. But there was also a time when we all came together to stand with our schools when we did the Culver Compact in 2015 or so, and prioritizing our schools. And as one of my colleagues pointed out, that without our strong schools, our property values fall, crime increases, our streets are less safe, and there are less quality people for jobs. This is a community investment for all of us. But I do know and heard, some concerns about what we are doing and how we can make this work. So I just want to give a list of some of the things that the school we have done, because we have heard, and especially this board has done a great deal to make sure that we are asking hard questions about our costs. We can't undo the mistakes that were made in the past, but we can address them and make it better. We've cut contractor costs, including eliminating a $250,000 a year assistant superintendent position. Every single person who is there we see today has at least 2 people from their offices that left. We don't even have a full-time front receptionist now because we're cutting our costs. We have increased administrative contributions to benefits. Yes, we are, to my knowledge, we have looking at a parcel tax. We've installed new software to better market the frost. We've looked at uses for commercial uses such as for profit, such as parking spots, longer-term options such as what we have here, what we can do with our properties to make more money, including for-profit residential uses. We froze staff training. I can't even go to the normal training that some of my colleagues have gone through to learn how to be a good school board member because we've frozen that, and we're looking at use fees. The one thing I ask, and I've really appreciated those of you who have worked with me and with many of us to try to find a way of making this work, is to find a way. Each of us is giving back. I know there are some very big advocates here in the bike community. I'm one of them. But for those to be able to give back so that our kids have a great school to bike to is important. And I appreciate all of you making that effort. Let's just find a way of getting this done and working together so that this doesn't become a political football. We are a community, a Culver City community together.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Stephanie Quadron and Lila Quadron. Are they here? No? Marcy.
Good evening, City Council members. I have issues with this because the school board, the previous school boards, and there are still members on the school board that haven't proven to be very fiscally sound with their decisions. But I would say that if I would certainly support this more than a decision that was made by the council to give 16 million to an outside contractor, and I would certainly support it more than building a bridge. I would support it more. Actually, I kind of think that we need to decrease some of our homeless spending, and that would take us out of some of our budget issues so that we could support our schools. But if we do that and we're going to be giving any money to these schools, then there definitely needs to be conditions. And we need to make sure that they follow those conditions so that our trust in the schools can be brought back rather than abused as they have been for the past several years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Guadron.
My name is Stephanie Wadron. Good evening, and I'm here to speak in support of item A2. 50 years ago, my parents got married and they moved to this city, Culver City, and so as a result, my siblings and I were very fortunate to be able to attend Culver City schools. I was the first in my blue-collar family to graduate from college, and because there were so many awesome teachers like Mr. Valverde, who was here tonight, I went on to get a graduate degree and become a teacher myself. Now that my husband and I started our family, it was a no-brainer to return to Culver City so that our children could also come to Culver City schools, even though it came with a sacrifice and having to look for multiple income streams from the both of us. So I'm an avid volunteer now in my kids' schools, and as part of the school site council, I can see how every penny is pinched by administrators and parents and staff to make sure that the students get everything that they need. I think that we can't account for mistakes that happened in the past, but there are passionate parents, students, and staff who care about what's happening now, and this investment in our students will only benefit our community. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Lila Guadron.
Leila Wadron.
Good evening. My name is Layla. I'm here tonight to speak to you council members about item A2. I think we should give support to the schools because I know that our teachers, principals, counselors, school staff, and students work really hard to teach and learn. We also work hard through pandemics, classroom floods, and state testing. We do this because learning is important. Your support would make a big difference to thousands of students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Hamill, followed by Blakely Robles. Wendy's online. Wendy, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Good evening, council members. My name is Wendy Hamill. I am a 24-year resident of Culver City, a parent of 3 students who have gone through the CCUSD system, and I am also the executive director of the Culver City Education Foundation. In both my roles as an involved CCUSD parent and as a stakeholder in working to bring resources into our school district, I know firsthand all that is outstanding about our community and our schools. In these times of attacks on learning institutions and human rights, standing up for the importance of a top-tier public education available to all in our community is an act of resistance and advocacy. Now more than ever, we need to educate our young people to understand the complicated world we live in and to make choices that lead to a better world. This takes money. I implore you to make the wise choice to prioritize the future success of our youngest members of our community over other less urgent potential expenditures in the city budget. We need our city leaders to recognize the vital link between maintaining a strong school district and preserving the reputation and well-being of our city. Thank you.
followed by Ray Long.
Good evening. These are my children, Rylan and Jocelyn. It's time to move forward in the right direction by partnering together to provide our students, families, and city with the best option for the future of our schools and our city. I understand the financial challenges the city holds and appreciate the work put forth to contributing to our school district. So much time has been spent on mistakes made in the past from others. However, it's time to recognize that there are 2 new school board members and changes have been made within the district. By not providing the contribution as a form of punishment because of financial decisions in the past will only further cause harm to our city. It's time to uplift our city and make a positive change and impact by providing the contribution to your school district. Why? Our schools need to be recognized as the instrumental role they play in our communities and our futures. They are a foundation to our city. Without a foundation, our city will crumble. Our schools are connected to our property values, sales tax, our businesses, and our communities. Investing into them and rebuilding our Culver City future, this will establish a positive morale in our schools that will spread out into our communities. I have remained a Culver City resident since I graduated from high school. My 3rd child is entering into high school, and my 4th is at El Marino. I'm dedicated to not just my children, but to the entire school community and as a homeowner. I look forward to hearing more positive statements about our city and our school. This starts from the inside out. The city support taking action, and please be a doer and show the support.
Thank you.
The foundation is our city and our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Long. Ray, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. This is Ray Long, President of Culver City Federation of Teachers and parent of 2 CCUSD students. First, a thank you to city staff for finding funds. So I'm asking you tonight to please approve a request from CCUSD for one-time funding for the district during its current budget crisis, and to continue to look at any other funding and an improved joint use agreement for the future. An investment in our public schools and is an investment in the future. One of the main reasons why so many people want to live in Culver City is the public schools. As I mentioned in the past, our neighbors in Santa Monica heavily invest in their public schools. Just to clarify some misinformation about that agreement between Santa Monica and its district, currently Santa Monica contributes over $10 million a year in a joint use agreement, which gives the city's rec department and other agencies and citizens direct access to the facilities. There is also 2 different voter-approved taxes that the city shares revenue with the district. One is the sales tax, one is a transfer tax. The city of Beverly Hills and Beverly Hills Unified have also signed a joint use agreement. CCFT has also been accurate that our district is struggling to make its 3% reserve, and the city does have a 21% reserve, which was confirmed tonight, but we know does face a structural deficit. There has been discussion on revenue generation and a parcel tax in CCUSD. Now is the time for Culver City to help its schools, help students and staff. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Guerrero, followed by our last speaker, Ann Wang.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public here. My name is Brian Guerrero. I am a member of the Culver City Unified School District School Board. I want to thank you all for your support for our schools and our students. Each of you has contributed in some way to the ongoing welfare and growth of our students. Public education in California is still woefully underfunded. We've gone from something like 48th in the nation to 33rd or 34th, still in the bottom half compared to other states. And Culver City's in a funny place when it comes to school funding because we're decidedly middle class, even as our community grows more and more affluent. We're not rich enough to, like some of our neighbors in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills, where they collect so much in local property tax that they don't even take the state funding because they have higher amounts. But we're not poor enough to qualify for the concentration funds that come from the state to provide extra funding for English learners, high numbers of English learners and students living in poverty. So we find ourselves at this point contracting the budget, trimming programs and positions. Some of it at first is maybe healthy, a little bit of increased efficiency, determining which programs benefit the students the most and focusing on those. But at this point, the cuts have gotten deep and are absolutely going to be affecting the opportunities and experiences of our students. And it's only going to get worse without the support of the city. My wife and I moved to Culver City 15 years ago because of the schools. We stayed in Culver City for the last 15 years because of the schools. And
Your
I
time
hope
has
you approve this.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Anne Wang. Is she here? Because she's not online. Okay, so that's the end of our speakers.
Okay, thank you, everyone who spoke. Let's go ahead and see if there's any thoughts from my colleagues. Councilwoman Fish.
Thanks, y'all. I just ate a piece of chocolate, so you're going to hear that. Thank you so much for coming out to speak on this item, and I could not agree more with the, I think, near universal sentiment that our schools are the heart of our community, and it's such a major part of why so many people move to Culver City or make Culver City their home or stay in Culver City. And at the last meeting, we had a long discussion, and I put forth a motion to examine different ways we could fulfill this funding gap while the district works to secure new revenue sources. And I really appreciate the board members who came out tonight to talk about the commitment that they are making to exploring those revenue sources. And I'm grateful to my colleagues for supporting that motion and staff for bringing back this thoughtful list for our review. So thank you, CFO Soger and Elizabeth and your whole team. So I just want to recognize that this is a difficult choice in front of us. Obviously, the city is experiencing a structural deficit, so we are doing everything we can to balance our own budget. We're being asked to take, and now we're being asked to take $1 million out of vital safe streets projects, the very projects that we desperately need to keep our kids safe on their way to school. So, as someone who has devoted their career to the fight for safe streets, that is really painful to lose $1 million to something that just generally goes underfunded already. But that being said, there really aren't any choices in this moment that don't involve some degree of sacrifice. And I do really agree and resonate with Board Member Lackman, who said that we shouldn't allow this to become a political football. And, all that being said, I think staff did a great job of finding a solution here that doesn't take a significant amount of resources or from existing programs. And so I'm inclined to take this recommendation, despite the fact that it's a painful one for mobility and for something that's incredibly important to our community, and commit to, and we're already actually working in the mobility subcommittee. Vice Mayor Puza and I are working on some ideas to replenishing that fund, and CFO Soger is working on some of those. So we're going to hear some of those soon. So if you're out there wondering and understandably disappointed that this would result in $1 million less for those projects, I'm right there with you, and I'm going to commit to pursuing revenue opportunities to replenish that fund. And with that, I'd love to see us pursue staff's recommendation, and as others have mentioned, applying some conditions on that. We could explore applying the condition of the parcel tax, or at least pursuing the parcel tax. It sounds like that's already a priority of several of the board members who spoke. Another one that I'm really interested in that could be mutually beneficial to the district and the city would be housing, potentially market rate housing to meet our RENA goals. I want to give a shout out to two board members, previous board members, Kent and Amazola, who put forth, and other board members, I think, who created a feasibility study or had the board actually created a feasibility study for land uses for CCUSD. So I want to uplift that and say if we can find some way to provide market rate housing that could be mutually beneficial to the city because we're meeting our RENA goals, and also, of course, beneficial to the district because you have housing right next to schools, and kids would be able to walk to school and utilize that. And then finally, I did like the suggestion of engaging the Finance Advisory Committee on figuring out the actual any other terms and conditions that we want to put on these funds to ensure that they're put to good use. I think that's a good suggestion as well. And there's the two other items we were asked for, the joint use agreement additions, or not joint use agreement additions, but we were asked to see if we could fulfill the entirety of the Safe Routes to School program, which would require $30K more and $49,000 for GoPass. I'd love to see those added into the joint use agreement conversations, and I'd love to see that come back for us to review as well, because I think there'll probably be some opportunities there to come to mutually beneficial agreements. And those are my thoughts, and I'm looking forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say as well. But appreciate everyone for coming out to support our schools. They really are just the center and the heart of our community, and it's incredibly important that we step up during a time when they're in financial distress and in significant risk of major cuts that are incredibly impactful. So thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman McMorrin.
Thank you. I did want to just check, does Councilmember Fish's joint use GoPass Safe Routes to School need to be formally agendized, or is that already slated as a part of a conversation that we're having or that's slated coming up?
Councilmember, it's not already slated. So I think it would probably have to come back. It's for us to get that direction.
Is it already coming back? Staff already bringing it back, or should they?
The joint use agreement?
Direction? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, then we should get the three nodding heads for that then.
I don't know, Councilmember Fish, was that something you wanted to do tonight?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can do it now. We can do it at the end, but
For now. Go ahead and ask for now.
Oh, okay, sure. So this would be asking my colleagues for three nodding heads to just do a review of our joint use agreement with CCUSD with input from the liaison committee and any conversations you all have had, and with the hope of both potentially providing other additional sources of revenue or taking on some from the school district, and also seeing how the city could benefit.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember Fish, McMorrin, Mayor O'Brien, Councilmember Puza, and Councilmember Vera. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councilmember.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to, sometimes things go so fast up here. All right. Thank you so much. Really grateful for our staff report and the quick identification of a path forward to meet this urgent need from our school district, from our CFO, the entire finance team. We ask a lot of you all, and as well as all of our department heads who worked very quickly in the summer when a lot of folks are taking time off. So just deep appreciation. Wanted to start with that. Also very grateful and thankful for our deep community engagement over these past couple of weeks and months, and special thanks to our CCUSD staff, our superintendent, former and current, our CCUSD board president and members for your continued advocacy on behalf of our children, educators, and wider community. I am happy to support the staff recommendation for the $2.5 million this evening. I do so, just sad that it's coming from the mobility space, but I hope that we have the intention this evening that for this year, that this is where this money is sourced from, but hopefully we can come back and revisit it as we continue to have these conversations about our budget, and since we are coming with the awareness that we have made this commitment, or that we are hopefully making this commitment to support our district and our wider education community with our budget, with our dollars. I definitely support our district in doing all they can in supporting a parcel tax, which came up from district leaders this evening, and of course, other revenue sources. And I think that commitment was made clear, but if it's a suggestion of staff that we should formalize that, I support that as well. I think that, again, it came up this evening and in prior conversations that we've had, so I don't anticipate that there'd be much pushback there. So I definitely support that for accountability, and just making sure that everyone is working hand in hand to support our community in this way. And I do suggest that this is something that could be a continual agenda item in our CCUSD city subcommittee. We tend to meet quarterly now, a bit more. So hopefully that is something that could be a check. That's something that could be reported on. We could continue to have amplified conversation year-round as it pertains to this investment, and also what is the district's efforts that are happening. And I'm also open to any FAC insight that they might have, and making sure that this is an agenda item that they are able to give comment on, and hopefully our district would be able to come and present to them as well if they're amenable to that. But this, we're in a tough time, but again, when we are in these moments, hopefully we can turn toward each other, look for opportunities to support, and make lemonade out of lemons. And I think this is an opportunity to do that. And I thank folks again for meeting this moment, and look forward to continued partnership and collaboration. I hope that this is the first of many conversations and collaborations that we'll have with our school district. Thank you so much.
City Manager?
Mayor, I'd like to make a couple of comments as you continue this discussion. I want to be very clear. I don't want anyone to think that I don't understand and realize how important schools are to the community. I mean, they're essential. Nothing is more important than our schools. I agree with that, and I understand that. However, the provision of one-time funds is one thing, but it's essential that the school district become financially sustainable on its own. The city, over the coming decade, this city is going to be challenged to meet its financial obligations and without cutting services. The city's not in a position to fund the schools on an ongoing basis. So and that's just a reality. That's not my opinion. And I hope that everyone understands that the city can't be looked to as a permanent source of funding. It's just not there. Where the additional revenue options for the city are very small. There isn't much left for the city to do. So I just wanted to put that out there on the table, that regardless how this goes forward in the future, it is just absolutely essential that the school district become financially sustainable on its own at some point.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions before going to my comments for Lisa again, and John, you just hit on it. There's been a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about how the city has all these options moving forward to create money, to get the money. How factual is that, and what options do we really have outside of what we're already doing?
I think when I presented the budget and we looked at the 10-year forecast, even with if the sales tax measure does pass, we're still barely coming out even, right? So we're showing a trajectory. I think somebody commented that we have, our reserves are at 41 million, the contingency reserve. But we're even with the sales tax measure, we're looking at that depleting. And if it doesn't pass, it's going to zero.
Right.
Over the next 10 years. And as the city manager said, there are very few, this community has gone out and approved multiple taxes, and almost every avenue that's been available to them. There really aren't that many left. And if there are, they're sort of small. They're not going to yield a lot. And there's a lot of things on our plate and services we're trying to provide. So there really aren't a lot of places for us to go and expand the general fund revenue streams.
Right. Okay. One of the speakers made a comment about, that the cuts would impact the students, and I agree. However, on the same token, from a council's perspective, the cuts will impact the entire community, because we are going to look to cut services and/or personnel. So it's really difficult. I went into this conversation with one set mind, and that's being a little more fiscally conservative than most, and I try to look at the community as a business person, and how I would operate and run a business, and the importance of a robust emergency reserve fund, because we never know. Hopefully we'll never need it, but with all the uncertainties going on, anything is possible right now. And the city manager also hit on, about a one-time versus an ongoing commitment. And it's not sustainable. We as the city, as being elected to the community, it's not sustainable. When this whole talk with Jubila came up, I suggested $3 million instead of that whole project, and I didn't get any support from my colleagues on that. And I think Mr. Lackman said about, let's make this happen, let's figure out a way how to do this. That being said, I went into this conversation of I can't support this, and being fiscally responsible to the community and to myself and to the obligations and the oath that I took. It's difficult, but listening to the speakers, and Lila, thank you for coming out and speaking, and all of our community. I think sitting up here, for me at least, I listen to the community, and I'm not opposed to changing my mind, and I'm at that spot right now. I want to be true to who I am and as a business owner, but running the city as a business, sometimes you have to take the business aspect out of it, and I know it's the wrong financial decision to make is with your heart, but sometimes you have to. And I want to think of a creative way how to make this work out. Dr. Jimenez made a comment about 2.5 is just really not enough right now. And if we're looking at one-time monies, before, we, and I'll be willing to support and walk for the school district for a parcel tax, whatever I can do to make that come to fruition, I'll do it. I know, capital improvement projects we just sort of defer them. Either we get rid of them or they're going to have to be done sooner or later. But without the money, we can't do it. So we're stuck. I'm stuck. And I was, I'd like to make a proposal. Not all of my colleagues would go for this or not. Since Dr. Jimenez did say 2.5 really is not a whole lot, and we're going to be looking at this again next year, because the way it sounds, this is not one time, it's over the course of 3 years. If we do the 2.5 and we take 2.5 from the Jubila project, so to give $5 million in 1 year, that would hold the school district over for 2 years, basically, as we prepare to put the parcel tax on. And I don't know if, it's about compromise. It's about trying to pivot and trying to make it all work out where the city is going to make a sacrifice, but we have to have other sacrifices to make this work. We don't have an endless amount of money. And I said, this goes against every decision, every grain of my body, not or to give this money out, but I cannot not support our schools. Our children are our future. They are what this community is about supporting our schools and our future. So I would like, and we can have a conversation on it, but 2.5 that the staff suggested, and then 2.5 from the Jubila project, making it a one-time loan or one-time donation of $5 million. I agree that, maybe the FAC should look at this and make sure that there are shared values between the city and the school district and how we can work together to ensure the longevity and stability of our schools as well as our city. I don't know. I think I covered it all, but I'd like to throw that out there, 2.5 and 2.5, and see what my colleagues have to say about that. A one-time donation of $5 million, I think would be beneficial for the school district, and something that I know the city manager is probably not real thrilled about, but I have to sometimes listen to your heart moving forward, and I don't know what my colleagues think on this. So, Mayor, I'll stop rambling. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the public comments, and thanks to the CFO and Finance Department for all the work putting together the report again. The level of detail and analysis really helped guide our decision, so thank you so much. I know that the school district has its own governing board and separate budget, but our schools are absolutely a city service. They make our city so special. They shape the future of our city, they serve our families, and they're an essential part of our shared community identity. We are indeed facing tough financial decisions right now, and we're being asked to weigh critical projects, maintenance projects, mobility projects against an allocation to our schools, and these are not easy trade-offs, and I don't take them lightly. But we have to make choices based on our values and priorities, and I believe that our community deeply values our school district. And so my priority is our students tonight, and I would support staff's recommendation providing the $2.5 million allocation to the school district with conditions that some of my colleagues have mentioned, appointing a FAC member to the CBAC. I would support also that the finance staff is included in conversations with the County Office of Education, that the district would report on their progress with their budget, that we would recover the $1 million from the mobility fund in next year's budget. Councilmember Fish mentioned the idea of market rate housing on district property. There are possibilities of front-ending the money, so they can get the money obviously ahead of time. And then this, as mentioned, is the first year of a 3-year request, and so this would only be a 3-year ask, but we'd have to come back and include it in fiscal year 27 and 28 budgets. But moving forward, we'll have to make even more difficult choices and really sharpen our priorities. And while I wish this wasn't under these urgent circumstances, this is also an opportunity to begin a closer, more collaborative relationship between the city and the school district, because we share residents' values and a future for the city. And so I hope we can continue working together for the long term. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. This is definitely a tough one. I share a lot of the feelings that Councilmember Vera expressed in terms of knowing where the city's position is right now financially. And I didn't sleep much last night. I don't know if it shows, but I was definitely tossing and turning over this. And, you know, as I've said it before, but as a parent of 2 kids who went K through 12 through our district, I heard a lot of people speak tonight that I'm very familiar with. 2 or 3 that I spent time on the Ed Foundation with, Miss Alexander, Wendy Hamill, I think someone else, I've lost track. And even interviewed is Miss Robles still here? Yeah, hey Blakely. Great story, multi-generational CCUSD family, back when I was helping the school district promote how great our schools are. She was someone I interviewed, and it's so great to see the next generation, Ms. Guadaran, and your family. It's really, really great to see. Took down a lot of notes while everyone was speaking. You know, I did my best to do my homework, met with the superintendent twice over this issue over the past few weeks since he has begun here. And I just want to clear some things up as far as the way I understand it. And if I misspeak, raise your hand, Superintendent. But so this funding, this calendar, this upcoming school year, the district has done the work to make difficult decisions in their budgeting, and between now and you know, the end of the school year, kids that are in school and teachers and staff won't see cuts. Those have been done. Those and you know, they're going to feel that this coming calendar year. And we heard, I think the numbers are around 40 from Board of Education member Carlson. And however, March 15th in the spring is when the district needs to decide on what cuts, if any, they need to make with staff for the subsequent school year. So that's what we're talking about funding right now. And Ms. Carlson mentioned a $4 million number, and I'm pretty sure that that's the number that the district needs to not sustain cuts in the next calendar school year, even though 2.5 was put out there. So there is a shortfall in what, you know, the city is, what was asked for from us to avoid cuts of about 1.5 million. I'm not seeing any hands raised to dispute that, so I think I'm good. As city manager has said, and you know, this isn't what cities do, fund schools from, you know, city councils don't vote to direct general fund money to their local school district. As mentioned, I mean, it was talked about by Mr. Long that there are joint use agreements between both Santa Monica and the district and Beverly Hills and the district. But those, as mentioned, those cities have very unique budget advantages over us. I looked at all of the cities that surround Culver City I mean, from Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, you know, West Hollywood, Hawthorne, Carson, Inglewood, Manhattan Beach, everywhere. We are the lowest, we receive the lowest percentage of our revenue from property taxes of any of these cities. And if not for El Segundo, who is at 12%, versus us at 10%, we'd be more than half of all the other cities in our region, what we receive from our property taxes, which is a more stable form of revenue generation. And this is why presumably, this was decided on decades ago by our city council, our policy has been to have a larger than normal emergency reserve, because we depend so much on sales tax to fund everything that we do. So that's why the city manager is concerned about an ongoing source of funding for the district, especially in the face of our 10-year projection of barely breaking even if we pass the sales tax measure. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for everyone. And the reason why there's so much reticence to doing this, looking at my notes again here. So I'm going to be, I'm in favor of moving forward on the 2.5 as recommended by staff. And I don't have a problem with any of the conditions laid out. I'd like to add a couple. As mentioned earlier, when I was asking questions of the superintendent and assistant superintendent, the largest source of revenue for the district is ADA funding. And we've seen a large drop in our student population, especially from, during COVID time. We had a big drop of about 400 students in one year, and we've lost a little bit each year after that. With that being such a big factor in the funding, I really need to see an active process of retainment and recruitment of students, and I'd like that to be a condition. Literally a written plan of meeting with I don't know if it's still done, but I know that when my kids were in preschool in Culver City, all the principals of all the grade schools came to Happy Land and recruited kids. They talked about how great their schools were. Maybe that's still being done, I'm not sure, but if it's not, okay, it should be. And we've got, probably a dozen preschools in the area, including OCD. We should be, having exit interview. I mean, we know when students are leaving as they transition from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school, because they ask for releases, they look for recommendations from their teachers. I know that because my wife's a teacher in the district, and she gets requests for recommendations from her students if they want to leave the district. So, we should be making an effort to just see what are they thinking, why are they considering leaving, and maybe it's based upon misconceptions of what the next school provides for them in our district. And then finally, selling our schools. They're incredible. Today, they're incredible. We're not doing it the way we once did. I know college isn't the end-all be-all for everyone, and especially with this changing world that we live in, you don't necessarily need a college education, but for the more affluent families that are living and moving into Culver City, most of them are going to want that direction for their kids. And we should be letting them know all this. I mean, our robotics is our arts. We beat private schools in competitions, and we're sending kids we got 2 kids going to this prestigious film festival back east from our AVPA program. We got kids going to Ivy Leagues every year, all the UCs, all the top schools across the country. And there's been, over the past couple of years, a lot of negative talk from parents in our community, and, you know, some of it's valid, some of it's over, you know, I think it's a little hyperbole, but there hasn't been a counterbalance, not an equal counterbalance. And I know that if my kids were in kindergarten today, they'd be going to CCUSD again, all the way through graduation. If you are a parent who cares about your kids and make sure they do their homework at home, they're going to kill it in Culver City schools. And we should be telling that to our community, because it's true. So I would just like to have some form of written plan that we can track that says that we are making that effort to retain and recruit students into our district, because that's how where the city doesn't have a lot of revenue options, and I know that you know, we're going to need to ask for a parcel tax from the district, well, from the community for our district, again, which I will support. This is a more immediate opportunity for funding, I think. And I hear that the birth rate's dropping, but I also think that that's been used as an easy out. Like, we can't do anything about it. And I talk to lots of parents. I got them on my street. I think we have 25 homes on my street, and there's probably 18 of them that have grade school or younger age children, and too many of them are leaving our district. And it's because of, I think, misinformation. And there's not a counterbalance in the argument. So I would like to see that as part of the conditions, along with the parcel tax. And to Councilmember Vera's point about taking money from Jubilo, yes, I don't think we need 2.5 because the number is 4, but 1.5, I don't think I'm going to get consensus from my colleagues on this, but 1.5 from Jubilo would make the total. So this is money that has been appropriated for that development. So it's not asking for the whole thing. It's just I think that would be 10% about of that number that we're giving to or loaning to the developer. If we can give 1.5 to the district from that, reallocate it to make the total 4 million, that would put the district in a position next March 15th where they don't have to cut anywhere. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. So the only difference in my amendment to the motion is asking for 1.5 million reallocated from Jubilo to the existing 2.5 that staff has determined that we can pull from capital projects, and then also adding a condition of a written plan on how to recruit and retain students in Culver City so that we can bump up that ADA funding. So I guess that can be a motion, and then we'll see how it goes, and then if it doesn't pass, then we come back. Is that okay?
Yeah, I know if I ask Dr. Jimenez, I know what his answer will be, so I'll save it. I'm sure, and I understand your rationale between the 1.5, but if they're asking for a 3-year, 2.5 for the course of 3 years, we make it 2.5 and 2.5, it covers 2 years, it's $5 million. And I think that would be a little better of a security blanket for the schools. I don't know if either one of those motions are going to float, but I would go 2.5 and 2.5.
Let's go with 1.5 and see if we can get that through.
All right, make the motion.
Okay. And then if it
That's a
doesn't.
good question. Just a clarifying question. What happens to this, the city's expecting, or the developer's expecting 20 million from the city, $16 million loan, the 4 million we've previously allocated. What happens to the project if 1.5? Like, if I'm not understanding this correctly, let me know, but I don't believe you can just take off a unit here or there and suddenly you have $1.5 million to give. But what would happen to the development if we were to just give away money like that?
Councilmember, I really think only CCSM could answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
I would rather give away money to our school district than this. I think they could figure it out on that end. But there's a motion and a second, so I guess we vote on this and see.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor O'Brien and a second by Council Member Vera. And that is to approve a one-time $2.5 million donation to Culver City Unified School District, and to approve the CIPs to fund it with conditions to have a written plan on how to retain students and to work on a parcel tax and to reallocate 1.5 million from Jubilo to the school district as well.
There's more conditions from,
What other conditions?
I think CFO Soger has one.
So everybody had a variety of conditions. So I think we need to hone it in and get agreement on what the conditions are.
CFO Soger, if possible, maybe we can just vote with these conditions and let's see after that. And then if there's
And then come
amendments
back
that
and
need to be made.
clarify
we can-
conditions?
Yep, I think that'd be
Or
helpful.
we can just subtract, I mean, we can clarify it now and then subtract the unwanted condition.
My main concern with this motion is that it pits 100% affordable housing development against our students and community, and I think that's really moving in bad faith. So since this is the crux of the motion that has been put forward, I would like for us to just vote on that so we can get back to the business of hopefully supporting our CCUSD community.
Councilmember, I disagree, and that's not my motion. It's not the crux of the entire motion. I said that I agree with all of the conditions that my colleagues placed on the request. So I would like to include those in my motion because I agree with them.
Wonderful. Can we take this vote if possible?
Okay, well, so am I listing what I have as the conditions?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so that the district seek a parcel tax for the June ballot, that they explore potential housing on district property at market rate housing to help meet RENA goals. There was a request, these conditions I think are actually the terms, but there was some request about engaging FAC to develop terms. I don't have, if this is coming back in September, we don't have an FAC meeting at which to do that. So I'm not sure that I'm clear on what terms.
What about Vice Mayor Puza's recommendation, instead of that, just to have an FAC member on the,
Is it an FAC member that is a representative to CBAC?
Mhm.
Okay. That,
So I can remove my,
okay.
my other amendment or qualification.
Okay.
Condition, sorry.
Got it.
Remember to what?
An FAC member be a representative to CBAC, which is the, yeah. Staff participate or sit in on LACO meetings with the district? Is that city staff? That the district come back with reports on finances, and is that to the joint subcommittee between, or is that just to the council?
I think it would, if Councilman McMorrin's okay with it, I think it would be okay to come back to the liaison subcommittee.
That works.
That works? To the liaison subcommittee, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Councilman McMorrin. Okay.
Okay. And then the, create a written plan to actively retain and recruit students and market schools to residents. And those would all be elements of a donation agreement and to give the money. Okay. The only other thing that I heard, which was about the mobility fund and hoping to seek in the next budget some way to recover funds to go to the mobility funds, does not seem to me to be a part of the conditions of agreement, but is something that staff will take under advisement, again, depending on the state of the city's finances. We would bring that back in future budgets. Okay. Did I capture everything?
And this motion includes removing $1.5 million from, so.
So, Will, if you.
I have point of order. This was not in the materials that was presented to the council or to the public. The idea that $1.5 million could possibly be removed from a 100% affordable housing project the first in 30 years. And I've never heard of this even being possible, being able to remove a portion of a project and have it not irrevocably harm the project. So this seems political to me. We've had this discussion in the previous meeting. We did not give council this direction despite the mayor and council member advocating for it. We did not give that direction. So point of order, I'm not seeing how this is relevant to the discussion. And like the council member McMorrin said, I'd like to get back to the business of the 2.5 million on the table in the staff report that we are discussing, if that's possible.
I'd like to get the city attorney's opinion on it. I think we've been in, I mean, the superintendent asked for more than, and but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we can't do that.
I think because the city council is giving direction, you can have staff come back to include that as an option. But I do agree that the Jubilo Village project is not on the agenda, so to make changes to that funding would require it to be agendized. But because you are giving direction and this all has to come back for further action, I think that it's okay to make the motion as part of the direction that's being given this evening.
Okay, thank you.
But we would have to agendize it differently when we come back so that people are aware that if this were to pass, we would have to agendize it differently when it comes back so that before it actually action is taken, so that members of the public who are interested in that project would know to come and speak.
Understood.
So can we put a motion on the floor to do all the other conditions? that we outlined. I'm not able to make the motion, so I'm wondering if maybe it was already
We
made.
have a
There's a motion on the floor.
Is that the content of the motion that we're going to?
It is. And when I vote no, it will be, just since we're including reasons in staff reports in minutes, why people are voting no, it will be because we are creating a false choice that does not have to be made this evening to pit a 100% affordable housing project against supporting our schools, which does not have to happen. And it's really hurtful and unnecessary. So, and not just, it's unnecessary. But I'll be voting no on this and look forward to hopefully having another motion so that I can vote yes to the stated conditions and basically what everyone this evening requested for us to support $2.5 million for our schools. And most people didn't say anything about our housing project, but thanks.
Can I do a substitute motion that does that motion but excludes the 1.5 for Jubilo?
Yes,
Seconded.
You can make a substitute motion.
I'd like to do that.
And so that we're not all talking over one another, can we just, I'm fine with that, but can just go through the chair? So I know that both you and
I'd like to make a substitute motion that is the original motion with the ask for Jubilo removed.
And I'd like to second. Thank you.
Go ahead and make your motion.
So this is the original motion with all the conditions? Is that what it is?
Just without.
Without the 1.5? Yeah. And Mayor, it's not about pitting one thing against the other. It's about trying to think of creative ways to get as much money as we possibly can to the school district. It's not like we have an abundance of money just laying around that we can pull into it every year. So I really take offense that we're saying we're pitting one against another. It's about looking at our school district and trying to be as creative as possibly can.
yeah, and I'd like to add to that, if you choose to feel offended by something, that's a choice. We're talking about the budget, and we need to look at everything, as said from other people on this dais. And I did speak to this the last time, at the last meeting, and to dedicate such a large sum of money from our general fund to one project, when there's so many needs across our community, puts us in a really difficult position. And that's the reason, is to look at, and the ask on this, I don't know what the impact would be to the entire project, whether it would, I know I can't talk much about it because it's on the agenda, but there's been promises to seek outside funding while this money is by that. I can't talk about it because it's not on the agenda. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Proceed to a vote?
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay. And we have a motion by Vice Mayor Puza and a second by Councilmember Fish to approve the recommended list of capital improvement projects to defund in order to fund a potential one-time $2.5 million donation to the Culver City Unified School District with conditions including district seeking a parcel tax for the June ballot, potential housing on district property to meet RENA goals, have FAC be a member to the CBAC, staff to sit in on LACO meetings with the district to come back with reports on finances to the liaison subcommittee, and some form of condition of a written plan on how to retain students and market schools to residents. Good? Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your hard work on this, Lisa and Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
I give almost entirely that credit to Elizabeth, who produced an incredible spreadsheet for you all.
Thank you.
Okay, next one. We're staying here. Okay, here I am again. So, hello again. We are now moving on to A3, and in this item, staff recommends City Council introduce an ordinance to amend the Culver City Municipal Code to add a new chapter 3.12 regarding exhaustion of administrative remedies for challenges to fees, charges, and assessments on real property. Under Proposition 218, the California Constitution requires specific procedures prior to the levying of assessments and property-related fees and charges by a local agency. Assembly Bill 2257, adopted in 2024, authorizes the city to adopt an ordinance that would prohibit a person or entity from suing the city over an alleged failure of the city to comply with the Proposition 218 unless that person has timely submitted to the city a written objection that specifies the grounds for the alleged noncompliance. If approved, the proposed ordinance would limit the potential exposure of the city to lawsuits challenging fees, charges, and assessments, and it would help simplify and focus any litigation that would arise. The city attorney and I are here to answer any questions, but this is a simple thing that might save us in the long run and limit long-term liability.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Fish?
None for me. Thank you.
Okay. No? Okay. No questions. All right. Do we have any speakers?
No speakers.
Okay. Any comments? Okay. Sounds like we have it looks like we have a motion and a second.
We do indeed. Motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Vice Mayor Puza, to introduce the ordinance amending the Culver City Municipal Code relating to the administrative remedies for challenges to fees, charges, and assessments on real property. Please vote. All members have voted. That passes unanimously.
Fastest action item ever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director, here bringing item A4 to you this evening with HR Analyst Stephanie Condra presenting a brief staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Action item A4 tonight seeks City Council approval to adopt a resolution approving the salary schedule for the city manager, effective retroactive to July 28th, 2025, in accordance with the city manager executive employment agreement. During the June 9th, 2025 City Council meeting, Council adopted the budget for fiscal year 25-26 for the City of Culver City, the successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency, the Culver City Housing Authority, and the Culver City Parking Authority. The council also adopted a resolution approving salary schedules reflecting the 4% cost of living adjustment for miscellaneous employees, including members of the Culver City Employees Association, Culver City Management Group, and the Executive Group, effective July 1st, 2025, per their respective memorandum of understandings. The City Manager Executive Employment Agreement requires that the assigned salary be adjusted each year in August by an amount equal to the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers for the Los Angeles metropolitan area for the immediately preceding 12 months, or the negotiated executive management salary percentage increase, whichever is greater. The 4% increase is greater than the CPI adjustment on average from August 2024 to August 2025, which is currently at 3.13%. This action item is being reported in accordance with Senate Bill 1486, which mandates that local agencies report out certain information before changing the compensation or benefits of the executive classifications. Under this law, agencies must orally report a summary of a recommendation for changes in salaries or benefits before voting for the changes. In addition, this action includes the salary schedule update reflecting the contracted salary change, which is also a requirement of CalPERS. A resolution containing an updated executive management salary schedule effective retroactive to July 28th, 2025, and reflecting the 4% salary increase for the city manager in accordance with the City Manager Executive Employment Agreement is attached to your packet this evening. And Dana Anderson, HR Director, and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues?
Just one,
Councilmember
thanks, Mayor. So my understanding is this is just a part of the contract that state law requires us to hear in this format. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Just based on executive compensation, we have to report this orally. This was basically as a result of the bail scandal, which requires transparency for executive compensation.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Councilmember Horn, Councilmember Rivera? Okay, no more questions. Do we have any comments?
We had one request to speak from Ingrid Moran.
Okay.
Is she here? No, I don't see her.
Okay,
So that
thank
would be
you.
it.
Any comments from anyone? Okay, can I have a motion?
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish, to adopt the resolution approving the salary schedule for the city manager effective retroactively back to July 28th, 2025. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
My apologies.
Oh, no problem. My apologies.
Oh, sorry. Shelley Wolfberg, Assistant to the City Manager, and I'm bringing forward a resolution in support of workers at Southern California Hospital. This issue was raised on May 27th, 2025. Councilmember Fish relayed the news of the hospital's bankruptcy, and I will say that, to clarify, it's Prospect Medical Holdings, Inc., that operates 16 hospitals, including Southern California Hospital in Culver City. So as a result of that direction, I'm bringing back this resolution for discussion and am open to any questions the city council may have. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from my colleagues?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, Ms. Wolfberg, for your work on this. And just wanted to, for the sake of the public, does this change any policies with regard to how hospitals are run in Culver City, or any policies at all that would be changed as a result of this resolution?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. Thank you. That's my
Okay.
understanding as well. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure, and that's the only question I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Corn? Councilmember Rivera?
I'd like to hear from a speaker first before question. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor? Okay, yeah, let's hear from the speakers.
We seem to have 23 speakers.
Okay.
25.
25?
Okay, so the first-time speakers include Melissa Sanders, Marie Aragon, Catherine Avendano, Jessica Greer, Chris Bronson, Constance Williams, Elijah Lee, Barbara Neefs, Ferdy Meliano, Sierra Lightfoot, and Twanda Washington. So we'll start with Melissa Sanders. Let's see if she's still online. Yes.
Hi again. Number one, there is someone on the dais who was actually named in a lawsuit for committing Brown Act violations with the SEIU union, and perhaps she should take a seat elsewhere for this. I am tired of this council and other councils for the years being asked to support this and support that and write letters about this and write letters about that. I think it's about time you guys just make a umbrella. Like, yes, of course, we agree that there should be fair wages, good working conditions for all Culver City businesses and blah, 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 or even outside, whatever it is. But this is a constant waste of our time. And we have one hospital. It's not a great hospital. Sorry, people. Never going to it unless I am literally bleeding from my head and brains are coming out. But this union in particular, I don't trust. So whatever they're asking you for, just say thanks, but no thanks. We've been down this road. It's exhausting. Just make an umbrella announcement so we don't have to worry about each time the hospital wants something from us and tries to probably work unethically with a few people up there. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Marie Aragon, followed by Catherine Avendano.
Aragon. I'm a 10-year resident of Culver City. I am the Chief Nursing Officer for Southern California Hospital. Our mission has always been simple but deeply meaningful: to care for people who need us most. We serve a diverse community, and we do it with compassion, integrity, and professionalism. Every decision we make, every investment, every program, every policy is grounded in the health and well-being of our patients and the people who care for them. We've made great strides in the last few years. Our in turnover, once at crisis levels, has dropped dramatically. In 2022, a staggering 44.8%, now 12.7%, well below the national average of 18%. Our ancillary teams were at a 30% turnover in 2022, now 15%, again below the 20.7% national average. How did we get there? We made deliberate changes to support our team. We invested in competitive wages, safer staffing levels, and professional development, and more importantly, to me, a culture that listens and supports. These aren't just numbers, they represent real stability for our patients and real dignity for our staff. So I want to be very clear. We put patients first by putting our employees first. Our progress didn't happen by accident. It's the result of hard work, open dialogue, and collaboration. That's why what's happening now, this push for internal matters to be out in the public arena, is more than disappointing. When the focus shifts from solutions to spectacle, our community pays a price. This is not how you support healthcare workers, how you advance patient care. It's certainly not how we build a healthier city. Thank
Your
you.
time has expired. Thank you.
Our Our next speaker is Catherine Avendano. She'll be followed by Jessica Greer.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Catherine Avendano. I'm the administrator of Southern California Hospital, Culver City. I've worked at the hospital for 5 years and can attest to the multitude of positive changes that have transpired since I first started. Our hospital leadership team has long prioritized fair wages, safe staffing levels, and supportive working conditions, and is committed to continuing to sustain and improve upon what we've already accomplished. Though this resolution may be well-intended, it suggests that these efforts are not happening when in fact they are ongoing and effective. Most importantly, these efforts are not happening in isolation. They're the result of our active collaboration with the city, fire, PD, and the union themselves. Passing this resolution wouldn't give workers any new protections or resources. It would only restate what's already happening. Let's celebrate our accomplishments and recognize the efforts already being made rather than politicize the care and environment we provide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Greer, followed by Chris Bronson.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Greer, and as the Associate Chief Nursing Officer at Southern California Hospital, Culver City, I am proud to affirm our shared commitment between hospital leadership, staff, and the union to ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone in our care. In my 5 years here, I have seen firsthand the progress we have made together through open dialogue and mutual respect. We have strengthened safety by implementing workplace violence committee, mass casualty incident drills, maintaining safe staffing practices, increasing our security presence, and installing additional security cameras. These improvements have been a result of ongoing conversations, feedback, and collaboration with our union partners. Leadership in the union meet monthly to address concerns, find solutions, and work side by side to create safe working conditions. While this resolution suggests that leadership does not place staff safety as a top priority, my experience reflects the opposite. Our shared efforts have consistently centered on safety and quality. We are committed to continuing this partnership and building on the positive changes we have achieved together, always keeping the safety of our patients and staff at the forefront.
Our next speaker is Chris Bronson, who I believe is the Chris B online. Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Chris Bronson. I am the manager of diagnostic imaging at Southern California Hospital at Culver City. I'm in an exceptional situation. Not only have I been employed at Southern California Hospital at Culver City for 25 years, but I was pleased to have served as a SEI union steward for 15 years into my 25-year journey with the hospital. I was not only a union steward, but I was a member of the SEIU bargaining team for 2 contracts, which means that I was part of negotiating contracts against the very same company I took a leadership role with. I made this transition because I believe in the hospital's commitment to excellent patient care and safe environment for all staff, including union members. I have seen patient safety and quality improvement programs implemented. These programs are implemented independently of union activity, but ultimately benefit patients and the healthcare workforce. The administrative team at Southern California Hospital City demonstrates fairness, transparency, commitment to patients, employees, and operational excellence. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight.
Mayor and council members, my name is Constance Williams. I've been a registered nurse for 15 years. I joined Southern California Hospital at Culver City in December of 2022 as the manager of the critical care departments, later taking on the telemetry department and now serving as nursing director for both the emergency and telemetry. Before that, I worked as a bedside nurse at one of the USC emergency departments. This hospital has given me the opportunity to grow into leadership and has been a place where I've been able to dedicate my heart, my skills, and my commitment to patient care. I am here tonight because I believe our hospital and our community thrive when we work collaboratively to solve challenges. While I share the goal of ensuring quality patient care and supporting our healthcare workers, I have concerns about the resolution as it is currently written. I believe it sends the message that we are short on resources and unable to retain staff, which is not true. Instead of passing this resolution, I urge us to continue working together, hospital leadership, staff, and community. Our shared goal is the same, to ensure the people of Culver City can count on a high-quality, compassionate care when they need it most. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elijah Lee. Is Elijah here? Nope. Moving on to Barbara Neves. Is Barbara? No. Moving on to Ferdy Malinayo.
Hello, my name is Ferdinand Molino, and I begun my nursing career at Southern California Hospital as a new grad. This is where I learned, grew, and developed my skills, supported every step of the way by a leadership team that was present, approachable, and truly invested in my success. After some time, I accepted a position at another hospital. While the work itself was important, the culture was very different. I rarely saw members of the leadership, and I did not feel the same level of support or connection to my colleagues, as well as not feeling like I belonged there. The sense of teamwork, transparency, and family that I experienced there was missing. It didn't take me long to realize that SCH was where I truly belonged. I returned full-time. I can honestly say I'm so happy to be back. My goal now is to retire here, continuing to serve our patients and support my coworkers in the same way I was supported from the start. One thing our team has been told recently is that our bargaining CBA might not remain in place under certain circumstances. I want to make sure the council understands that both CNA and SEIU contracts have successorship protections, which guarantee that even if ownership changes, our negotiated wages, benefits, and working conditions remain intact. Because of this, I do not wholeheartedly agree with A5. It is creating unnecessary fear and disruption among staff. We have a transparent leadership and that engages with us daily, and A5 undermines that trust. I urge you to listen to those of us of the experiences of both sides, and that I value SCH. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sierra Lightfoot, followed by Twanda Washington.
Good evening. I'm Sierra Lightfoot, a registered nurse and the metabolic and bariatric manager at Southern California Hospital of Culver City. Within my 6-year journey here at the hospital, I have had the opportunity to witness as well as be a part of the many channeling areas that help piece and connect this hospital together. A team moving as a unit. Coming to this hospital, I started as a licensed vocational nurse in the behavioral health unit, detox unit, and medical surgical department. With full support from my leadership team, I was able to grow and obtain my license as a registered nurse and now develop into the metabolic and bariatric manager. During my times as a new grad in our new grad program was where I got to hear and see a glimpse of just how much our respected leaders in hospital have been fully involved and integrated within the community. We were invited to help volunteer in conjunction with the leadership team, Culver City Fire Department, and Police Department to teach CPR at the local high schools. The impact that was made with this community outreach brought life-saving tools and knowledge to the youth and their families. Within our community resources, we have mental health services, something that this hospital offers that many others do not. This is extremely important because as life hits year by year, we can see just how prominent mental health is for the community and for us all. For my last fun fact, I wanted to acknowledge how this hospital is a direct conduit for local nursing schools, CNA, LVN, and RN, in order for the students to gain clinical educational experience.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Twanda Washington.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. My name is Tawanda Washington, and I have been fortunate enough to be at Southern California Hospital for 28 years. I grew up here. I started at the bottom, and now I'm a regional director. I've been promoted 6 times in 28 years. This is I can say so much about this place. I've been there when it was bad. I've been there when it was good, but unlike Melissa, I'd be a patient there today, and I'd be a patient there tomorrow. And I've been a patient there 3 times. I also have been in management for 17 years, and in that 17 years, out of all the employees that I've hired under me, I've still retained 70% of my employees that have been there since I started in management 17 years ago. That is something to say about a hospital that everyone seems to talk negative about at times. I love the place that I work, and I think that the leadership that we have right now in place is doing an awesome job at just making the hospital great again. Disregard what you've heard. They're doing what is best for the hospital and for the employees. 2 years ago, the last union contract was the best union contract I had ever seen since I've been there that they signed. It was wonderful for all of the staff. My staff benefited really,
Your time
really
has
well.
expired. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. I'm going to read out the second group of speakers. Avi Amit, Austin Stevens, Justin Sisko, Edward Walkowitz, Larhonda Smith, Jerry Kringen, Kathleen Pittman, Roydell Caesar, Mauricio Medina, Anna Alvarenga, Makey Peters, Rebecca Rona, Luis Martinez, and Damian Diaz. So our next speaker is Avi Amit. Is Avi here? Followed by Austin Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Avi Amit. I'm the Director of Rehab Services at the hospital. I'm relatively new. I just came a year ago. A few staff members called me who used to work at Olympia Hospital for 7 years, and they said, you have to come here. I was in a hospital in the Valley, very comfortable, and they knew me that I would not leave my work or come unless I go to a place that is nothing less than amazing. And they convinced me, these employees, that I have to come here. And I came to the hospital, and it was amazing. It is amazing. It's a great hospital to work. The support we get is amazing. The pay rates are higher than any organization or hospital I worked before. And the support from the staff, from the administration is amazing, which allowed me to support our staff, to give them the best support. I just promoted a new program to the hospital that other hospitals didn't let me do, and that's because of the support of the hospital, and we have a great program that we established, and it doesn't matter what we're going through, we just care about the patient, and we will continue to promote new programs no matter what's happening with the hospital, because we care about the patient care and definitely about the employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Austin Stevens, followed by Justin Sisko.
Good evening. My name is Austin Stevens, and I'm one of the newer leaders at Southern California Hospital. Before coming here, I served as the assistant manager for 2 different units at a 1,200-bed facility in the Midwest. And just in my short amount of time being here, I can already see that it's leaps and bounds better than that facility I was at previously. Since joining, I've been struck by how stable our staffing is, how genuinely engaged and positive our staff are on my unit. That level of stability doesn't just happen on accident. It reflects the hard work and commitment of both our frontline staff and leadership, and that's something worth protecting and supporting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Sisko, followed by Edward Walkowitz.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member. Just to be clear, we agree with many of the points in the resolution. These are the very priorities our staff and leaders focus on every single day at the hospital. In fact, our focus over the past 3 years have been our people and our patients. Throughout the past several years, we have focused on maintaining strong collaborative relationships with both of our unions, SEIU, UHW, and California Nurses Association. We meet at least monthly, and since 2023 have successfully negotiated 2 collective bargaining agreements, including significant pay increases without any work stoppages. So for anybody who watches the news, it's a significant accomplishment in itself. Most issues are resolved quickly and constructively. Unfortunately, this resolution is one that I don't believe had collaboration before coming forward. My real concern with this resolution is how it will be perceived by those unfamiliar with our hospital and what we do there. It leaves the impression that the points mentioned are not already being addressed, and it's simply not the case. In closing, we don't believe that there's a need for this resolution. The issues raised are already being actively managed by hospital leadership in partnership with the staff and the unions. Both our Culver City CBAs include successor language to protect the employees in the event of ownership change. And by voting yes, the city is inserting itself into matters governed by the NLRA, which protects and regulates the collective bargaining process, which is between the employer and the unions. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Wolkowitz. Ed, you can go.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ed Wolkowitz. I'm a 45-year resident of Culver City, former planning commissioner, former council member, and former mayor. I do not have a horse in this race, but I'm interested in having the council during its deliberations explain to the community how you believe that this agenda item falls within the jurisdiction of the city council of the city of Culver City, and what impact you believe passing this resolution will have on the bankruptcies of 16 hospital corporations that are currently pending in the Northern District of Texas.
Okay, our next speaker is Larhonda Smith, followed by Jerry Kringen.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is LaRonda Smith, and I have been a healthcare worker for over 25 years. I am a speech-language pathologist. During this time, where Prospect has filed for bankruptcy, the owners of this hospital have stated that the business was as usual, that our contracts would be safe, and that they intend to buy back the hospital after the bankruptcy proceedings. We, the workers, have wanted the same thing until today. We thought we were on the same page. We actually expected the hospital would be coming out to support this resolution, which was mentioned by our leader in a meeting to work collaboratively together with management, but it was not agreed upon and it was not received or responded. So we acted on our own, moving forward with the resolution to highlight the most importance of union jobs in Culver City because of the quality of life and quantity of life we provide is valuable to our community. While we are confused by the hospital's position of opposition on this resolution, we are simply asking the city to support and uplift the idea that union jobs are good for health care in the city and that we care to protect these union jobs.
Your time has expired.
Please vote
Thank
yes. Let the workers know you support healthcare workers in Culver City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Kringen, followed by Kathleen Pittman.
Mr. Mayor, City Council. Hi, my name is Jerry Kringen. I've worked at Brotman for 20 years. I'm near retirement. We have asked the city to support this resolution because we are going through a bankruptcy process. There is a lot of uncertainty during this time, and we simply want the support of the city in saying that union jobs are good for the Culver City. We care about protecting them. We are not attacking the hospital in any way. I'm confused by the hospital's opposition to this simple resolution in supporting and protecting a union contract during an uncertain time. As someone who is near retirement, it is really scary to be unsure of what will happen to my job. Please vote yes in support of appreciating and preserving union jobs in Culver City. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Pittman, followed by Roydell Caesar.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kathleen Pittman.
I've been a healthcare worker since 1999, and I worked at Southern California Hospital, Culver City, for 25 years. We, the employees, were really surprised to hear that the hospital was opposed to this resolution in a letter. We have been going through, as you've heard, a bankruptcy process, but we have been under the impression that we share the same position as our employer, which is for Prospect to maintain ownership of the hospital, which is also the outcome that we want. All of my coworkers have seen the letters they have submitted in opposition and are confused by the tone. We are not making any claims about the hospital. We actually believe that the hospital would join us in sharing their support for maintaining our union jobs in a shared vision that's what's best for Culver City's only hospital. This resolution is simply stating a position that union jobs are good for Culver City, and the city cares about protecting these jobs. Whatever may happen during this bankruptcy process, please vote yes in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roydell Caesar, followed by Mauricio Medina.
Good evening, Vice President. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor, City Council. My name is Roydell Caesar. I've been a mental health worker, and I've been an employee for this hospital for almost 6 years, and I truly love my job. We've been feeling a little uncertain through the bankruptcy process, and for the last, I can honestly tell you, through our hard work and dedication as workers, and obviously through management and administration, we've made really strides forward. What I'm here is to represent not just myself, but the patients that you guys do not see. Me working on the mental health ward for almost 3 years, I've seen and witnessed the impact that we've made on our patients' lives. Just through our detox process, we actually focus on not just being there for them mentally, but also physically, letting them know that they're not alone. And that's very, very important to not just myself, but to everyone else here. We do implore that you guys please vote yes on support of the resolution shown in Culver City, because we really want to protect our union jobs, our benefits, and as well as show the support of the city that we actually stand for. Thank you guys for your time. God bless.
Our next speaker is Mauricio Medina, followed by Anna Alvarenga.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and city staff. My name is Mauricio Medina. I work at Southern California Hospital of Hollywood, which is also in the bankruptcy process. I have personally been through this before as an employee of St. Francis in Linwood. So let me be clear. We also had a successorship clause in our contract. That didn't stop the buyer from firing 400 employees. At the beginning of the pandemic, it didn't stop them from closing another community hospital, St. Vincent, in 2020. The resolution is simply about saying we support good union jobs in Culver City, and that the city supports doing whatever we can do to protect the good union jobs and wages and benefits workers have earned. Please vote in support of protecting union jobs in Culver City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Alvarenga, followed by Makey Peters. Is Anna here? Yes. No? Makey? She's not here.
Maki. Hi, that's okay. Hi, my name's Maki Peters. I have the privilege of representing the workers at Culver City's only hospital. These folks are here today asking for a simple statement of support from their city. The private equity firm that owns Southern California Hospital is in bankruptcy proceedings. Workers are facing an uncertain future, made only more uncertain by the bizarre statements made by hospital representatives this evening. They mentioned the successorship clause, and while it's an important part of our union contract, it still leaves workers vulnerable to being terminated, as mentioned, at St. Francis and Linwood. and where hundreds of workers were terminated at the very beginning of the pandemic. And that company actually tried every loophole to see how to get rid of these union workers, including saying that because it was a bankruptcy proceeding, it was not the same as a sale or a transfer. So what we're asking for today at this city council meeting is just a statement that affirms that the city believes that we all benefit from good union jobs at these hospitals, or at our hospital, and want to maintain these jobs in whatever changes may come. So please vote in support of this resolution this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Rona, followed by Luis Martinez. I don't think Rebecca's here any longer. Yeah. So we're moving on to Luis Martinez, followed by our last speaker, Damian Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Luis Martinez, and I am here with SCIU, United Healthcare Workers. I urge the members of Culver City Council to support and pass the resolution to simply support the workers at Southern California Hospital to maintain fair wages, uphold good working conditions, and protect employee and patient well-being. Supporting this resolution would be a strong demonstration of support by this council, as it simply states that maintaining union jobs and protecting employee well-being must be a top priority during this time of uncertainty, as bankruptcy has been filed by the owner of this hospital. This resolution would allow the city to assert a strong position of support for fair wages and conditions maintained by the union contracts both UHW healthcare workers and nurses enjoy in their respective union membership. And with that, I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker is Damian Diaz.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Damian Diaz. I am the union representative at SoCal Culver City. If this is a misunderstanding between the employer can simply support and stand behind their healthcare workforce. The employer states they support the resolution. The employer says they support the workers. Our resolution is just a statement of support. This city values our union healthcare workers. I am on the ground with these workers in the hospital. I see the work these members do and how they impact this community. We as a union look forward to a partnership with the employer, but we ask this council today to stand with our healthcare workers and vote yes on this resolution. This resolution doesn't interfere with NRA regulations. Thank you.
That's the end of our speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's kick it off with any questions or comments. Councilmember Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak, both the management and SCIU, UHW. Appreciate your remarks tonight, and really appreciate you, Shelley Wolfberg, for your work on the resolution. Supporting workers was a cornerstone of why I ran for council. We are more than just the residents that can afford to live within our borders. And I believe we have a duty to serve all of us, the workers here, whether you live in Culver City or not. We depend on the workers that keep our city running. We especially depend on the healthcare workers in our city when our health declines and we're in crisis, as all of our health will decline eventually. And I heard directly from SCIW, UHW members that the hospital was currently in bankruptcy proceedings and that there would be a chance that the hospital would be sold. And members wanted to make sure that they were a part of the conversation, that their working conditions were upheld, good wages, benefits, the things that make working at this hospital possible for these vital, essential workers. And that, what I heard from the employees tonight was a general appreciation for what they do have in this role, their positions, the benefits they have, and the idea that potentially being sold the hospital being in bankruptcy proceedings and potentially changing ownership could have an impact on that. And in a city where half of our residents are rent burdened, ensuring that workers are treated well, properly paid with good conditions, I believe should be uncontroversial. And so at a time when good union jobs are becoming, unfortunately, more and more rare, and this administration is in an all-out assault on workers on so many fronts, this federal administration, I really can't think of a reason we wouldn't want to support the workers of our city with this resolution. This is a resolution that commends the workforce of the hospital for their dedication, their professionalism, their compassion. It doesn't change policy, but clearly by the turnout and the words shared in this room tonight, it is meaningful to know that your city has your back. I hope that we can make this a 5-0 vote in support of our workers tonight, and that we can show up for our workers who continue to show up for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you to staff and all of our community members who came out this evening to share remarks on this proposed resolution. It's pretty run-of-the-mill, I guess, for us to have letters of support or even do symbolic resolutions for things that are happening in our community. It's not something that has no precedent. And in reviewing this, it really didn't seem to me that, it was that, I mean, it's good. It's good to say that we support workers and we want folks to engage in good faith. But, I mean, I had no idea we were going to have so much public comment on this item because, to me, it's pretty straightforward and something that I thought that everyone sort of would be behind. And I don't know if I really picked up on a lot of disagreement on supporting workers, but there was a lot of everything is fine and, we've been doing really amazing. And, there is also, yes, and we want to make sure as we navigate this process, that folks are treated well and with dignity and respect. And I don't think that those two are very far from one another. So as it maintains, we as a city, we have an interest in ensuring that everyone who lives, works, and learns and plays here has an opportunity to have access to a hospital where they can get their needs met and be well and all of the many things. And we're so grateful for the work that everyone does, whether they're in leadership and or workers, although everyone is a worker, but you know what I mean. So I do hope that we move forward with this. Again, I don't think that this is an incredibly divisive document. I really believe in supporting workers. I think it's important to acknowledge the power imbalance that is just inherent in the society that we have. And with that it is important to say, to acknowledge the power imbalance and say that we do support workers, particularly in times of uncertainty that so many folks are feeling in this moment. That doesn't mean we're against anyone or anything like that, but we just want to make sure that we're clear about our values. So I do hope that we can have unanimous support on this this document that would not bind anyone to do anything. It's just a statement of our values, and I hope that we come together and share them this evening. Thank you again.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers who came out. Shelley, thank you so much for working on this. I don't know that there's I doubt that we support all of our workers and ensuring that they are well taken care of. I think from a council level, that's what we do with our employees. I've always had an issue, and I don't really understand the concept of if we support our workers and we support good union jobs, how do we go to an organization and say, well, I think, well, let me backtrack. I think one of the speakers, Ms. Avenado, I think she said about celebrating our accomplishments. Let's celebrate where we are today, but really acknowledge that there is still work to be done, and collaboratively we can get things done. I think once we start pitting one side against another, especially from an outside entity like the city, it's not that we don't support our workers, it's not that we don't support good union jobs, it's that I think our duty is to ensure that we foster conversation and we ensure that the hospital, and it sounds like they are working in good faith in terms of conversation and really, I think, quite frankly, the work that has been done and the success, I was reading over some of the accomplishments about, I think this is the second year in a row that we had a 4-star rating from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Our infection rate is down. Our wage increase up to 30% over the contract term to remain competitive, the regional market, health and safety, diversity, equity, inclusion, contract language, tuition benefits. There, I think, are all kinds of accomplishments and all kinds of successes that the hospital has afforded their union partners. And there was talk about, I see here, the successorship protection. Even if the hospital sells, how can the city say, well, you can't fire the employees or you can't reallocate and relocate them? I mean, that's not our lane. And Mr. Wolkowitz said it's like, what jurisdiction do we really have? Say we want to support our workers, but if it creates conflict within the organization, that's not accomplishing anything either. I think there's a side to the story that maybe I'm not hearing, or that I don't, maybe it's not coming forward. I think there's a missing component here someplace. Mr. Amit and Mr. I think Stevens say they were relatively new to the hospital and the successes that they've already seen in their first year or so. I think Mr. Stevens said you plan on retiring out of here. So, I mean, that shows the level of commitment that the hospital has to its employees. And Mr. Diaz, I think he said that there's a misunderstanding, and it sounds like there is misunderstanding. There's something, like I said, there's something that I'm not seeing in this to create this sort of kerfuffle, if you will, of the two sides. So I encourage the SEIU to sit down with the hospital staff and sit down at the bargaining table and really figure out where that misunderstanding is, and work collectively on that. That's really all my comments at this point. Yeah, that's it right now. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Puja.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to staff and thanks to all the public comments. Culver City is a union city. We support organized labor and we stand with workers, especially those on the front lines of healthcare when they fight for fair wages, safe working conditions, and dignity on the job. Supporting this resolution is not an indictment of Southern California Hospital. In fact, I want to commend the hospital because it's my understanding that it's been a good actor over the last few years. They ratified union contracts ahead of time. Some of the contracts include market-based raises up to 34%, a 20-hour minimum wage, and 4% annual raises. There's been safety provisions. But even with all the progress, we're in a moment of uncertainty with the hospital filing for bankruptcy. The city obviously doesn't run the hospital, but we do have a responsibility to speak up when the health and dignity of residents, workers, and essential service providers are on the line. And I think this is the opportunity to engage the community in a broader conversation about equity, public health, and labor rights, values that Culver City has consistently upheld. So I do hear a lot of similar comments tonight, and I feel there's elements of mischaracterization. So I did hear agreement from the union and the hospital that cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs, and this is especially important if the hospital sells. So I'm wondering if this is approve that we include some language that, some of the good work that the Southern California Hospital is doing, that it does care about patient care, work conditions, and union jobs, and this is especially important if the hospital sells. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I'm a 21-year union member. I believe only union member up here. I know the value. I provides my benefits and a lot of other things. I've become, prior to being on council, I really had no relationship with the hospital. However, I did take my mom there when she had pneumonia, and this was about 10 years ago, and despite criticisms, it was a great experience then, and I know that leadership and all the employees have worked really hard to take it to the next level, and I've seen that. I don't know how many times I've been there in the past 2 years, maybe a dozen times, and I really see the commitment that leadership has taken to make it a place where people want to come to work, and not just the benefits and salary, but also the personal, the culture that's built, and we heard that tonight. I didn't even from those that are speaking out, questioning why the hospital is not supporting this tonight. I didn't hear anyone saying that they didn't like where they worked. I do lean, this came up before, in a different form, the night I was sworn in, and it was not a fun night for me. I don't think that we should, as a city, be inserting ourselves into this process, and I fully support our workers, our frontline workers, and especially union jobs. I know how important that is to me, and my wife's a union member, teacher, so both of us are union members, and really see the value in that. But unless, I don't know the inner workings of what's going on at the hospital, and I don't feel like I'm qualified to lean on that. I understand what's the big deal about this, and I've found myself in other issues with the city that have come before us, and in my first pass of reading something, I had the same reaction. It's like, oh, this seems fine. We're supporting the workers. But nowhere in here does it acknowledge all the hard work that the management has done. And by not acknowledging that, for management, it sounds like they're not doing that. They're not doing the work. I mean, we hear it here when we're talking about imbalance, and from the dais. And on the back page of this resolution, and the only time it talks about the leadership is when it says, City Council urges hospital leadership and relevant stakeholders to engage in good faith dialogue, as though they have not been doing that. Transparent negotiations with workers and their representatives. I don't know if Ms. Aragon wants me to be saying this, but I've gotten to know her over the past couple of years as kind of the point person for the city, and all the work they've done making great partnerships with our police and fire and our mental health team. And we had some conversations over the past day, and she's taken some hits internally over the past 24 hours, and I think that that's really unfair. And I don't know where that came from, but that's inserting politics into this, and I would like, if there's a support message coming from the city, I would really like to have SEIU or union leadership within the hospital and management craft that together. I highlighted a lot of the comments that people made tonight, and all the commitment to the employees. Again, not acknowledging the good work that the management team has done, sends a message that they're not doing that work. I also heard that it's a family environment. I don't fully understand, as someone mentioned that they worked at, Mr. Medina, I think, at another hospital where the CBA was not maintained after takeover or sale. Well, I don't know anything about that. So, which, without background, I can't make a decision based upon that. So while I fully support our workers and want fair wages, and my understanding is that has been what has been delivered by this management team. No strike, significant wages, great culture. So as written, I can't, and I would need to have conversations with both teams in this to make sure they both feel comfortable with it before I support it. So if we want to bring it back, that's fine. But the process in which this was done doesn't feel right. It feels like it was done from the outside towards a group. And it's clearly created tension that I don't think was there before this request was there. That's my sense, is that the tension wasn't there. So, thank you.
Was there a motion in there somewhere, Mayor, or what are you asking?
I don't have a motion.
Okay.
I will
don't have
provide a motion on the floor. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. The point of this resolution is just to level set. It's not to commend everyone at the hospital for all their hard work, although I'm sure there are so many wonderful folks doing fantastic work throughout the hospital, from management down to to our workers. We can do that with a city council certificate. The intention of this resolution is to support the union workers at the hospital who are especially vulnerable during this time of transition. And I really believe that if we do support our workers like we claim to, this is quite possibly the lowest bar to clear ever. I can't think of anything more hopefully easy to clear than just a resolution saying we support our workers. We hope they continue to be given fair wages, good working conditions, proper benefits. I think to say this shouldn't be made political, everything's political. We're politicians. We're here to do things that, to do good work for our community, and our workers are absolutely a part of our community. They stand up for us. They show up for us. So I hope that in this moment when very little is being asked of us, we can show up for them. So with that, I'm just going to put this motion on the floor. And again, with great respect to the management of the hospital, which I really only heard good things about in this room today, with great respect to them and the workers who keep the hospital running, I would love to get this passed tonight so that we can do something good and show our workers in our city's hospital that we have their back. So with that, I'm going to put a motion on the floor.
I have a motion by,
A friendly amendment to include language that says Southern California Hospital cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs. This resolution is especially important if the hospital sells, and then some examples of the work that the Southern California Hospital is doing. And maybe I can provide language.
So if language is provided, would that need to return to council?
No.
It would be helpful to have some clear direction on what that language would look like in order for the council to adopt the resolution this evening.
I fully respect the intention of the amendment, and I believe that the intent is to recognize the good work happening in the hospital. I do believe that that is outside of the scope of this resolution, which is to ensure that our workers are treated fairly if and when this sale occurs. But if there's something really specific that we can nail down tonight, great. I'm not opposed to that, Vice Mayor, but I think the intent of this
Sure.
resolution is to be focused on the workers.
The hospital has ratified union contracts ahead of time. The hospital earned a 4-star rating from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services for 2 years in a row, a distinction achieved by only 27% of hospitals nationwide.
So again, appreciate the intent of it. For me, this resolution is best when it's focused on the point of it, which is to protect workers during a time when they are vulnerable. There's a power imbalance between folks on the ground in SCIU, UHW, and management, and I think the resolution's most potent and powerful when it stays focused. I'm happy to.
I respect that, but even union members said that they agreed with all. They said that they appreciated the hospital and they liked working there and that they were on the same page. So I don't.
Okay.
And I would jump onto this if on the second page, now therefore in section 2, this paragraph sounds as if they're not doing it. So the city council urges hospital leadership and relative stakeholders to continue to engage in good faith dialogue as they have in past negotiations.
If we change that to continue to engage in good faith dialogue, would that be
As they
more-
have in the past.
Again, the intent of this resolution is not to back up the management practices of Southern California Hospital. However great they may be, the intent is to support workers. So I'm happy to just take a motion on the motion as is. Folks can vote as they see fit, and then we can continue the negotiation process. But I'd like to vote on it as is.
Mayor, can I have one quick question before we move on to
Yeah.
the vote? It was said that, we're taking this vote to protect workers, but how do we, is this just performative? We're putting something out there that potentially is going to create more conflict and more harm between the two? Because there's nothing we can do as the city to say that regardless of the sale, we're going to protect workers. That's not our purview. It's not our lane. I don't understand how, by doing this, it seems like I keep on referring back to Mr. Diaz saying about his misunderstanding. It seems like there's this disconnect. There's a misunderstanding someplace, and I would support, bringing the two parties together and really figuring it out, and then coming back to council. But to say that we're going to do this to protect workers, it's all performative, and if we're going to do something performative, that's going to create potentially more harm. It doesn't seem like the best path forward. All right, Mayor, thank you so much.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
All right, I will friendly amendment that if we just include the hospital cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs, and this resolution is especially important if the hospital sells.
I'm happy with that, Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The Southern California Hospital cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs. This resolution is especially important if the hospital sells.
is that, if I may, where is that going? Where is that language being placed?
A whereas in,
Oh, an additional whereas.
yes.
Would you mind repeating that one last time, Vice Mayor?
Whereas the Southern California Hospital cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs, this resolution is especially important if the hospital sells.
And we can't also include 2 words in that section 2 on, after now therefore. Relevant stakeholders to continue to engage.
I'm fine with that amendment as well.
Mayor, I'd like to put a substitute motion, please, to table this, bring it back. I don't think that it's our place to speak for either side. Let's foster a conversation. So my substitute motion is to bring this back. Let's engage in conversation between the two sides, figure out what the best path forward is that we can support, as opposed to just something performative. I won't go with it, but that's my substitute motion.
I'm waiting on a second.
I'll second that. And let's bring it back.
Sorry, I'm trying to find. Won't let me.
And City Clerk, while you're preparing that, I just want to say for the record and for the minutes, I'll be voting no on tabling this motion because I think now and every day is a time to support workers. I think this is urgent. And given that this is the only meeting in August, I think that now is the time to act and say unapologetically that we support workers. I'd like that reflected. Thanks.
And I'd like to also reflect that I think it's more important to be right than get it right, or vice versa. And we should really foster a conversation, figure out what the right thing is on both sides.
All members have voted, and that motion fails. Yes from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera, no from Councilmember Puza. Sorry, Vice Mayor Puza, Councilmember Fish, and Councilmember McMorrin. So we go back to the previous motion. No.
If I may, Mayor, I'd like to just read those additions into the record to make sure council's voting on the correct language. So the request was to amend the resolution to add an additional recital. So after the last recital in the ordinance, it will say, and a new recital, whereas Southern California Hospital cares about patient care, working conditions, and union jobs. This resolution is especially important if the hospital sells. And then the second correction or revision is to section 2 to add, the City Council urges hospital leadership and relevant stakeholders to inserting continue to engage in good faith dialogue, et cetera. And those are I believe, the only revisions.
Thank you, City Attorney. And with that, I think my motion still is on the floor. If anyone, looks like it's been seconded. Okay, great.
It is. We have a motion by Councilmember Fish And a second by Councilmember McMorrin to adopt as amended the resolution expressing support for the workers at Southern California Hospital in their efforts to maintain fair wages, protect employee and patient well-being, and uphold the good working conditions at the hospital. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes, 3 ayes. Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay. With 2 abstentions from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera. And we have 1 speaker for items not on the agenda. Can we call the speaker?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
great,
please.
thank you. James Richardson?
So, thank you for listening to me at the end of this meeting. I got a chance to listen to all the issues before I bring up what I wanted to bring up, the item that's not on the agenda. I mean, I just listened to the demands of innovative and creative solutions, but you have to face the reality that you got to make tough decisions as far as funding. What I am trying to propose is I do agree with Councilmember Yasmin Imani. There isn't a false dilemma here. You can do 2 things without bankrupting City Hall or being in a deficit. So there's been a lot of talk across the country, and whenever anything is now being attached to government, people lose faith in government, and now we've seen how just little things can be broken. So I want to go ahead and propose the project at AdMeasure LLC. It is an innovative way that can actually help the city build revenue in 3 key areas: in income, capital gains, in terms of trade. And the way I intend to do that, or when the group intends to do that, is actually build a community currency exchange in a way where you can build revenue apart from the government. This will be a non-government organization. It's able to raise funds, print money, mutual credit, in a way that will support all these different city services that are in dire need and shouldn't have to be pitted against each other. I want to be able to put that on the agenda.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any closing comments from anyone?
Just one, Mayor. I wanted to see if I could get 3 nodding heads for directing staff to see if we can support, not necessarily come back, because if it's already part of our legislative legislative priorities. Bridget McCarthy, who is a Culver City resident, I think we're all probably familiar with her. She was at National Night Out. She was at Culver City Pride. She works at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and she has a bill that the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is sponsoring from Mark Gonzalez, Assembly Member, AB 727, which places the Trevor Project hotline on all student ID cards in California, and she's looking for support for this bill. It seems like a good idea to support our LGBTQ youth who are at risk right now when a lot of these hotlines are being defunded by the administration. And I'm wondering if it seems like something that might already just be part of our legislative priorities in terms of thematically possible to endorse without coming back to council. So I was hoping to get 3 nodding heads to support that measure.
If that's possible, I'm in favor.
Okay, so I see nodding heads from
City Manager, sorry,
everyone.
did you have something? Okay.
We'll have to look. We're not in a position to determine whether the current policy will allow us to do that or not, but we'll take a look in the morning.
Okay.
So
Thank you
I
so
guess the question, just for clarification, is if the policy does not support that, it would need to come back to council. So is the direction to come back to council?
If it must,
Okay.
yes, that would be the ask. Thank you so much.
Any future agenda items aside from that? Okay.
We just have adjournment in the memory of David Von Kanen and Gloria Kaufman. Gloria spelled Glorya.
And Mayor, do you make that motion? Uh-oh. For some reason, I can't get the motion up. Let me move out. See if you can do it again. Did you make the motion?
Councilmember Rivera did.
Okay.
I seconded.
Okay, thank you. I'll add it. Right now, it's showing none. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second from Mayor O'Brien to adjourn in memory of David Von Kanen and Gloria Kaufman. Please vote. The time is 11:42. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is early.